Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So when we talk about self-esteem is tied to how you feel about yourself, right? So we've broken it up into different components. We've broken it up into different components. And so here we're talking about like more direct emotional component. It's tied to the social self, how you interact with society, which is also a reflection about how you feel with yourself. And then based on people's reactions, it either reinforces good things that you feel about yourself, or it reinforces negative things that you feel about yourself. So it's really tied to this emotional interaction with people. Right. And so think of it like this, so many times when we're talking in some of the different classes, if you've had some of the classes with us, where we differentiate between lower emotions and higher emotions. And higher emotions are things that are generated by your psyche, things you think, things you feel, interactions with people that you love or around you, like all these things generate like some higher emotions, right? But you have this component also of lower emotions, which is actually usually stronger in most people. And it's more of a physiological emotion. It's a physiological response. Your body produces these lower emotions for you to take action in the environment to thrive. The example that I always use is you touch a hot stove with your hand. You don't analyze like, okay, there's tissue damage happening in my hand and in the soft tissue, and I'm about to start blistering. I should probably take my hand off, right? You have an emotional reaction to the pain. You're like, ow, ah. So the thing that made you move your hand faster than your body would have done it on its own was an emotional response. Think about times when difficulty comes up. We have a little bit of anger, we have a little bit of irritation, or we feel defeated, right? This is a negative emotional response. Or you have an obstacle that's in front of you, and all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I'm going to double down. I'm going to do this, forget whoever's causing this problem. I'm gonna push through. Still a lower emotion, but still trying to do it like in a positive way. The emotion is what pushes you to eventually produce a result, right? And so really what's happening a lot of times is we have a lot of lower emotions that are being produced all the time. And based on our past conditioning, we harvest the ones that feel familiar, right? So if we feel like horrible about ourselves and we have some emotions that come up that are good, some that are medium, some that are bad, we harvest the ones that are going to reinforce this, I'm going to feel bad about myself. Let's harvest those so I can really feel bad about myself, right? Or if you're very good at producing results, you're like, I'm going to harvest the emotions that makes me drive to produce this result, regardless of that there's fear, regardless that there is anxiety, regardless that there's anything else, there's this level or degree of commitment to being able to produce this result. So think of it like this. You have your things you identify with, let's say, right? You have your things to identify with. And in a way, we harvest the emotions that best serve what we've identified with. So eventually we're going to do self-image, which is starting to be more about what we identify with. But right now we're unwinding the self-esteem component, right? So how do we reboot and harvest the emotions that we want? Because even if we can harvest the proper emotion, if we learn how emotions really work, then we can use it to produce the result that we want, the desired result. So the issue is we're all generating anger. We're all generating frustration. We're all generating commitment. We're all generating confidence. We're all generating all these different components. But what we've chosen to harvest is different from person to person. So what we want to do is we want to harvest the things that are good for us, and we want to harvest or not harvest the things that are not good for us. Like a perfect example. This is like the best example. So many times when people are weighed down by fear, they'll go, well, if I can get rid of the fear, I can take action. But if you talk to somebody who's doing something that's kind of fringe or cutting edge, there's a lot of fear. It's just not here, it's over here. They're performing in the face of fear. There's not the absence of fear. They're still performing. They're just like, yeah, there's a lot of fear there. I'm just harvesting the parts that make me produce the result, right? So the lower emotions are not necessarily about love. It's about whatever you've committed to, right? It's about producing a result. It's about thriving in the environment. And on a further step, that starts to be how you interact socially, right? How you interact with people. Like if you want friends, then getting angry at everybody around you, not a good way to produce friends. So what emotion do I harvest to produce friendship? If I want to do well at work, what emotion do I harvest to produce this result? If I want to be able to defend myself, what emotion do I harvest to be able to defend myself? Think of it as like you're going into your own little garden, right? You're going into your garden. I'm going to pick the emotions that help me do what I want. Because a lot of times with emotions, it's just like emotions come up and it's what I'm feeling. You are literally getting to choose what you feel. Like you can go, I want to feel motivated. I want to feel self-starting. I want to feel, sometimes anger can be a little bit of a motivating factor. That righteous self, what do they call it? Indignation. It can help you to stand up to something and correct an injustice. It's not a thought process. It's just an emotional response, right? So emotions are heavily tied to your ability to materialize. They're highly tied to your ability to produce a result, and they're incredibly tied to your ability to socialize and pull in the things you want socially, and then also push away the things you want socially. So think of it as you're going into your garden and you're wanting to harvest the proper emotion, right? So in Kabbalistic teachings, each of the chakras has a commandment associated with the chakra, right? So the crown chakra is that you identify with, there is one supreme God, there is one true God. Even all the different great teachers and avatars are emanations of this supreme God. So the idea is not to lose track of the supreme God. Your focus is on the supreme God, but you still use the representatives of this great being to help you get closer to this essence, right? So from there, the next commandment is the forehead, right? No, the forehead is tied to thou shalt not have any false idols, right? So if you think about it, Moses comes off the mountain and says, you have no false idols. You shall have no false idols. Then everybody is sick and he's like, okay, build a cow, put it up on the mountain. Everybody stare at the idol. Everybody's still at the statue. So in a way, if you look at it in an outward way, this looks like a very big contradiction, right? But if you understand what that second commandment means, that was not a contradiction. The false idols are your body, your emotions, and your mind, right? And so when we come back and we say you're harvesting emotions because of what you identified with, you're always going to identify with something, right? You're always going to identify with something. If you identify with something negative, you are harvesting emotions for that negative issue. If you're identifying with, I've been a victim for this and that and this and that, you identify with that, you harvest the emotions appropriately. If you identify as something positive, you start harvesting the emotions that is associated with that, right? So the idea is not to identify with the personality. The idea is to identify with the soul, right? Because then you harvest the emotions that are appropriate for soul development, right? So going back to what we're talking about with the emotional component, we want to understand these emotions to a much higher degree. We want to have a better feel for them, and in a way, not be a victim to our own emotions or not being held hostage to our own emotions. Because if we've nurtured something, if we keep harvesting the same thing over and over again, at some point, it is the stronger fruit or the stronger thing that you're going to and harvesting in the garden, right? It's your go-to thing. Like if you grow tomatoes, you go to the tomatoes right off the bat when you're walking into the garden. So the idea is to be able to pick and choose what you need and what you want for the task, right? So, I had a teacher, Master Choa, and one time I was dealing with, for a while, I was dealing with people in this one industry that the tendency is for them to overcommit and overbook, and they don't tend to do the task even though they've been paid until you scream and yell at them. And I went up to Master Choa and I said, I'm having a real problem with this because we're supposed to be practicing loving kindness, yet for me to get this job done, I have to scream and yell like a maniac. And he goes, yeah, that's the industry. And I was like, well, what do we do with that? And he goes, you pretend to be mad. And I was like, excuse me? He goes, you pretend. Like you basically, it wasn't even screaming and yelling. It was just like actually being critical. It was like, what about this? What about that? What about this? When is this going to be done? It was just simply stuff like that. I was just pretending because I needed to use that emotion to produce a result, but I didn't want to be projecting a lot of hostility and a lot of negativity to other people. Well, sometimes I did it to these people, but it was because it was starting to get out of control, right? But the bottom line is that anger and that hostility also impacts my inner well-being. It started to cause lack of peace, lack of stillness. Like when I would sit and try to meditate, I couldn't because I was so agitated. I was letting myself get upset and agitated in these situations, right? So with that, we want to be able to understand the emotions, understand how they work, and then how do we harvest the right things to do something with intention? Because that's really what it's coming down to, is your intention is what's driving you in these situations, be it social and business and relationships, whatever it is. You want to harvest something rather than just letting something pop up and go, oh, this emotion popped up, I should harvest this and just act on it, right? And so when we're interacting with the public, part of what's happening is we are sending out, let's call, impulses out into the environment, to other people, into the environment, and impulses are coming towards us, right? So how we are processing this is actually, it is going into and hitting the spinal cord, right? As they emanate out, they're leaving the spinal cord. As they come in, they're hitting the spinal cord. right? So in and out, they hit the spinal cord and they go up to the brain, you process it, they go back down to the spinal cord and out goes the impulse, right? So for example, if somebody is doing this and you're talking to them, it could be that they're cold, or it could be that they're not open to whatever's being said, right? So they are literally blocking off the impulses going to the spinal cord, and they're only allowing their information to come out, right? So if you watch somebody like trying to buy a car and the guy who's trying to buy the car goes like this, he's probably not interested in what the salesman's saying, right? You're blocking off that impulse. And so the more that we understand this, you can even understand that, like when we have deeper emotional like pains or things that we don't want to interact with within us, part of what our body does is it clamps down to not let impulses come to the spinal cord and not let impulses leave the spinal cord. You know, it's not letting something come to the surface. So when we repress something, it's not like emotionally you're stuffing it down. It's actually literally physically your body clamps down to hold something in, right? So then the manifestation can be, you know, aches and pains. It can be high blood pressure. It could be like headaches. It could be migraines. Any of the soft tissue kinds of issues that can come up are all tied to this mechanism. And this mechanism can affect your physiology quite substantially because a lot of emotions are tied to endocrine function, right? Endocrine function. So it throws off the endocrine system, right? So as we go through and we do this process, part of it is we're going through and we're using particular patterns to go through and unwind something. But part of why we're doing this is it is going to have a little bit of an unwinding effect on your endocrine system. And your endocrine system is tied to your glands, right? And your glands are a lot of what people call like their thinking or their thought processes are is the endocrine system functioning through the brain, right? Through the brain. So we have these reactions to things in the environment. For somebody to become like a little bit like realized, they're starting to step away from the reactions of their endocrine system and they're starting to process information from the soul. So even though I'm having an endocrine response in this situation, you're able to go, okay, I'm having this endocrine response. I'm going to sit with it for a little bit, and I'm going to wait for another piece of information to come in that's greater than just my reaction to the environment, to my body, to my thought processes, to my past, whatever it is. I'm going to sit with it for just a moment and let something settle in so that I have something more than just an endocrine response, right? Just an endocrine response. And so part of what you're doing here is, yes, you are dealing with emotions. Yes, you are dealing with your spine. And yes, you are dealing somewhat with how your endocrine system communicates with each other, how the different glands communicate with each other. So I find it very interesting that, you know, when Christ was born, the three wise men come to him and they present him with frankincense and myrrh, and then they say gold. But there is a process using frankincense and myrrh that produces gold in the energy body or the aura, right? Part of that process is the frankincense and myrrh is used to retrain your endocrine system. You know, the frankincense and myrrh, when mixed together, actually help to stimulate the glands to function more like how they're supposed to function rather than our mental and emotional like impressions, right? So it is a way to prep the body so that when higher spiritual energy comes in, the body and the endocrine system can handle it, right? It allows for the mind to be quieter so that the big mind with the big M comes in rather than us just thinking in a reactive state with our endocrine system functioning through the brain or the nervous system, right? So right off the bat, we have a couple things we're going to look at. One, as we go through and we do this, the things that we're doing today, it's basically helping to re-educate the lower emotions, so not necessarily the whole emotional body. Re-educating the whole emotional body is actually tied to the process that we're doing next weekend with the 4 directions, where we go through and we do this transmutation process using planetary energies and things of that nature. But this is to really tackle the lower emotions, the generation of lower emotions, and how we harvest these lower emotions. And so first is the ability to perceive emotions. So another way of saying this, like in a social setting, would be somebody being able to pick up social cues. Like, you're talking to somebody and you're like, okay, I'm kind of done and I have to go. And you do like a little bit of body language. You're doing a little bit of body language, and somebody who picks up the social cue goes, oh, okay, well, we need to get going. Let's close this down, and we all walk away. Somebody who doesn't pick up social cue just doubles down and goes, you're trying to leave, so I'm going to say more. That's still picking up a social cue a little bit, but it's acting on it very inappropriately, right? And then there's some people that just don't even perceive that there's a social cue, like, I keep doing this, that means I gotta go. Like, you're putting out a social cue, right? So this is perceiving emotions. Now, when somebody's had, like, say, a difficult childhood, like say there was a lot of tension in the household, a person almost takes this to the extreme and becomes very empathetic. Like they can really feel and perceive what other people are feeling, to the point where they're always trying to manage other people's feelings, because when they were young, managing people's feelings is how you survived in the household, right? Because there was a lot of tension. But as they get older, they don't just shred that or shed that. They still kind of maintain that, and they're empathetic, but they almost are held hostage by it, right? They're always constantly trying to manage everybody's emotions when it's not really their job, right? It's you are trying to thrive in the environment, not make sure that everybody around you that you just met or you're interacting with is okay. It's a great thing, but it's also exhausting, right? And so you pick and choose those situations. So the ability to perceive emotions in other people, and the ability to perceive your own emotions, like the one that is probably the hardest is, my feelings got hurt. That is one of the hardest ones to perceive, because you're in a situation and you go, yeah, well, they're my friend and it's nice and da 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 da, and they said something nice afterwards, when you realize my feelings got hurt. My feelings got hurt. Doesn't mean I have to act on it. Doesn't mean I need to even say anything, but there's a little feeling down deep that my feelings got hurt, right? So even when somebody does something, might not even be your friend, it might just be somebody that you work with or something, and they say something kind of obnoxious, or they do something, your feelings still can get hurt. And so I'd say out of all of them, anger is pretty easy to perceive, because it bubbles up. It's in your face. Having your feelings hurt, sometimes it has to be a little bit of an investigation. Like you really realize, like maybe months or years down the line, like, you know what? My feelings got hurt. Even if they say something and say they're sorry, that probably doesn't resolve your feelings being hurt. That's something that you have to kind of process and move up to the heart on your own. And regardless that they apologize or not, my personal experience is, even when people apologize, it doesn't really change anything. Like I still have to go through and process it on my own, right? Then there's the harnessing of emotions, right? The harnessing of emotions. And harnessing of emotions is what I was talking about. Like you are basically harvesting what you need. Do I need to be motivated? Do I need to be angry in this situation? And like in that, the thing with anger, if you let anger be the dictator in your life, it's going to blow everything up. Honestly, it's going to blow everything up. And so everybody gets angry, but if you don't harvest it, it passes usually very quickly. But if you go, oh, I'm so angry, and you latch onto it and you really feed it, then at some point it just kind of keeps getting bigger and bigger, and it starts to be your go-to thing, right? So every once in a while you'll come across somebody who, like, anger is their go-to thing, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. And um, at some point they either need to set somebody straight, they have a blow up, they have a meltdown, they have something, because that's their go-to emotion. That's the thing that they harvest without even thinking about it. They go into the garden, they go to the tomatoes because it's the big thing, and they pick the tomato, and that's the thing that they're doing. They go to the anger, they know anger, they've done that dance with anger, and it might be that they identify that everybody's always harming me, everybody's always doing something, right? And so a lot of times we're still acting out on something that happened a very long time ago, right? So if you start doing this with intention and consciously, you actually can break the patterns from the things you've done in your past. Like, not necessarily the things you've done in your past, the things that happened in the past. That's a better way of saying it. So if you had a difficult childhood, if you watch, like, if you took 100 kids that had a really difficult childhood, some of them don't do good, some of them do mediocre, and some of them excel. What is the difference between all of that? It has nothing to do with, like, their socioeconomics. It has nothing to do with their religion. It a lot of times has to do with their personality. It's what they identified with and what they harvested, right? If the person's just angry all the time, they're always going to go from situation to situation, blowing things up. If they're like, I'm going to be different, I'm going to show this person because I'm going to be more successful, and it might not be the best intention, but it still got them out of the place that they're in, right? They started to learn how to harvest the more appropriate lower emotions, right? So really, harnessing emotions is starting to be conscious and with intention, you picking the lower emotions that you want to act on, rather than just letting them bubble up and then just be, this is what I'm feeling. Because that's the thing. Even like within doing like sales, like if you talk to a good salesman that's selling cars and everything, if you watch, there's the ones that are real forceful, but if you watch a really good salesman, he asks you lots of questions that stimulates an emotional response, and then you're like, you know what, I really like this guy and I like this car. It's because they stimulated those emotions to then be projected onto this vehicle, right? So if you want to buy a good car, do a lot of research before you go in, because most likely you'll make an emotional decision and not really know if this car is good or not, other than what the salesman said, right? So again, it goes back to intention. What is your intention in this situation? And then there's comprehending emotion. What does this mean? Like, this person is this is a really good one. This person is super agitated and angry. Most times when you're standing in front of that person, it feels like it's at you. But if you comprehend what the emotion is, they're angry, but it's not at me. I'm just standing in front of them as they're angry. The anger is not directed at me. Might feel that way a little bit because they're upset or they're agitated, but they're really angry at something else. So you're comprehending what this emotion is. You're comprehending the response, or somebody, here's another good one. Somebody is saying all the right words, but something feels off, right? Something feels off. Like, yeah, you're saying all the right things, and like, you got the good look and everything, but it feels like you're up to something a little creepy, right? You're comprehending the emotion of what's happening. And then you can take the flip side where somebody could be a bit disheveled or something like that, but you can feel something very genuine coming from them. And it's like, you know, their office was a mess, this was going on, but when I talked to them, they know what they were talking about, and they seemed really, really genuine, right? You're again comprehending the emotion, right? You're comprehending the emotion. And then finally, it's the ability to regulate the emotions. Like if you start to, with intention, harvest a particular emotion, then at some point, because you're picking and choosing which ones that you're actively harvesting, you begin to have the ability to regulate your lower emotions, right? You again, the regulation of emotions is lower emotions, I should say, is tied to adrenal function. Bottom line, just bottom line. So if your adrenals are unstable, your emotions are unstable. If your emotions are unstable, then you do things to calm the adrenals. When the adrenals calm down, all of a sudden that anger goes from a 10 to a 3, right? There was something where somebody did something really horrible to one of the businesses about a week ago, or I should say longer, but I just found out about it a week ago. And my first was I was a little bit hurt because I knew the person well. And then I was a little bit angry, and I sat there and I was like, ugh, angry is not going to fix anything. It's not going to solve anything. It's just going to make me miserable. So I was upset for about an hour. And in 10 years ago, I would have been upset for weeks. But now I'm like, anger is not going to do anything. It's not going to produce a result. It's not going to motivate me. Like I sat and I had a big boy talk with myself. And I just went, not gonna make me step up and do something. There's nothing I can do about this situation. The damage is done, right? They did something really kind of deceitful. And so anger is not going to really resolve anything. So me sitting here and being angry for a couple of days is just going to make myself miserable. And again, they win. I'm not going to let that happen. So, for a little while, I had to sit and go, but what emotion do I harvest? What emotion, because I can be resentful, I can be hurt, I could be angry. There's nothing for me to do in this situation. And I realized I just have to harvest the thing of everything's okay, everything's stable. The damage was done a long time ago. I noticed it. There was nothing that could be done. And then when we found out why it happened, nothing we can do about it. So I'm just going to move on. I'm going to let the matter pass. And so I'm not really going to engage anything other than I'm going to let it go and move on. And so, the rest of the day, I was like, would have little flashes of like, but we were friends, And then by the next morning, I was like, yeah, I'm a little sad, more about the friendship than what happened, but okay, it is what it is, right? 10 years ago, it would have been a couple of weeks. In my youth, it would have been my story for years, literally for years, right? And so here again it's the ability to recognize it, to harvest the things that I wanted, and then comprehending even not just that what the person intended or what's going on with me, the results of being angry or the results of being hurt or the results of being stuck in a story for a period of time. It's not going to produce anything. It's just going to be an excuse for me to blow up my life, which is what this person intended. So I'm not going to let that happen. So the ability to regulate the emotions was then I'm not going to choose any of the negative emotions. I'm going to choose peace and stillness. I'm going to choose just a non-reactive response, which is also still tied to lower emotions. The issue with that is why it's so difficult is when something traumatic happens, it feels like it's happening in the here and now, right? Even though this had happened, at the beginning of the year, right? It feels like it still happened in the here and now. And so being able to say, I'm okay, I'm in a place of stability, I don't have to react, that usually is a little bit of self-dialogue. You have to talk yourself into that one. You have to keep going, okay, can they do harm? Can they do this? Can they do that? Is there going to be fallout from this? Is there going to be, okay, everything's okay. I don't need to be upset. Okay, I don't need to be upset. So we'll let it go. So I had my moment. So the thing is, you're going to have the moments. The thing is not to suppress the moments. It's to like, okay, I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling hurt. I'm feeling this. But do I take it and run with it? Or do I say, set it aside? There's times where being a little bit angry might be okay. Or like being hurt and saying, you know what? I'm really hurt by this. This person was not going to care. So none of that was going to serve me. So if it's not going to serve me, why choose it? Why choose it? Right? So this is being able to sit with something, let the endocrine system's still going to do what it's going to do. But then you go, what am I consciously and with intention going to choose? What am I going to choose? And then when I interact with other people, how am I going to interact? How am I going to behave? Because again, that situation could make me angry. And then everybody I interacted with for the next 3 weeks, if I really let the anger sit in, it's going to be impacted by our interaction with me being super angry. And I'm not angry at any of them. But every interaction I have with them, it's going to come across as, like, I don't know, I think I might have done something wrong. He's really angry about something when it had nothing to do with that, right? So it's really starts to be the ability to turn something on and off on a dime. Does that make sense? Let's go ahead and open up to some questions because I mean, there was a little bit of theory here and everything. And so let's let people answer. Yeah, you had a question.
So you said something and I just wanted you to explore it a little more. You were talking about non-response, like not necessarily respond to something. But I almost had the impression you thought that wasn't, you shouldn't harvest that.
No, you should. That she was saying like the non-response. She was saying like when I was saying like you shouldn't harvest that. No, there's times when you should. Like the non-response is you're either letting the matter pass or you're actually like detaching from it. And sometimes that's the thing to do. Or, the thing with that, I mean, because it's very complex. It's sometimes letting there be more depth in the situation, and the depth being like, okay, if I'm really upset here, it's going to be a lot of interaction that's going to escalate, or I can let the matter pass and just be still and be non-reactive in the situation to diffuse the situation, right? Either the situation with the person or diffuse me from acting like a maniac with everybody around me, right? So the thing here is you're cultivating, like you could call it like peace and stillness. That's still there's a component of that that's still tied to the lower emotions, and so that would still be a lower emotional state, but it's usually the bottom of the barrel. Like, it's not the one that we go like, oh, I'm going to choose peace and stillness. You usually go, I'm going to choose this, I'm going to choose that, I'm going to choose this, I'm going to choose that. You almost have to push everything aside and go, okay, but I'm angry, but I'm hurt, but I'm this, but I'm that. I'm going to push all those things aside, and I'm going to go to the peace and stillness. I'm going to go to the thing where I'm just not going to be reactive.
And part of that, you setting it aside to process later.
If you do it consciously, like, so somebody here said, like, can part of that be setting it aside to process later? So sometimes that is a really strong choice, because think about an argument, right? Think about an argument. You say something, the other person says something, you say something, the other person says something. What happens? It's kind of escalating and nobody is hearing the other side, right? It's because it's all emotional. So when she said, can it be setting something aside? Sometimes you have to let the emotions calm down so that you can have a mental response, right? So you can actually talk things out. When people are being emotional, there is no mental interaction. There's just emotional poke, emotional poke, emotional poke, emotional poke, emotional poke, emotional poke. So at some point you got to get off that teeter-totter, right? And so, like in therapy and in situations like when I was in the corporate setting and people would be stuck in this, I would say, like in therapy, I would just ask questions. Like, you just start asking questions, because then the person has to think and then they answer, and then they think and then they answer. So you pull them out of being emotional by asking them questions. And going back to the salesman, a really good salesman, if you notice, they don't come and start talking to you. They go, what do you like? What's your favorite color? What's your friend have? What about this? How soon are you thinking about getting it? Are you going to go on a big trip when you get that new car? Like, they ask you all these questions, and pretty soon you're like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And they're like, look, this one's your favorite color. This one, he just asked you all your buttons. He just point blank asked you, what are your buttons? Tell me your buttons. Walk over here and let me push all your emotional buttons. I mean, a really good salesman, I can appreciate it. I was like, these are my buttons. Please push my buttons. I'm okay with that. Like, that works for me, right? Because you're also getting what you want, right? And so setting something aside can look like that. And it can be waiting for the matter to pass, like a day, a week, a month. But sometimes it can even be in the conversation itself. Like, this is the thing that I used to have the people that I would consult for in the corporate setting. You'd be in the middle of a conflict, like, rah, 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 rah. You know, they say something to you. And I would say, rule of thumb, you do this 3 times. I don't understand. And then you go, wait, what? Wait, say that again. And you take them out of from being emotional and you make them mental. So you are setting it aside. You're not addressing it in the moment. You're giving it about 5 minutes and you're letting the emotions calm down. Because if you look at an argument, like the first person who says something, they'll say something that has a lot of emotion behind it and has no information. What about the car? There's no information there. And then all of a sudden you're doing damage control and trying to defend it. And if you go, I don't understand, they usually go, and then they say a bunch of information and you go, wait, what? And then they're like, every time you can watch the emotion go down and more information comes out. And then by the 3rd time, you just go, oh, no. You don't have to defend anything. You're not going back and forth and letting it escalate, right? Again, in that situation, you're harvesting the peace and the stillness that happens in the lower emotions when the emotions are regulated, rather than, I got to win this battle. I got to win this fight. No, you just got to let them run their legs until there's no more juice in their legs, and then you have a conversation. So the matter passing can be a week, a day, 2 minutes, you know? And so there was this one situation, it was a CEO, and I said, okay, so you do those 2, and they go, I always want you to end with this one. Explain it to me like I'm 5. I go, because then they're going to get really condescending with you. They're going to get really condescending, and they're going to really shift to their mental story. And then you can just say, you know, yes or no, or whatever it is. And so she was like, I can't do this. This is going to be so embarrassing. And when she got back from this meeting, it was a very heated meeting. She was like, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It worked like a charm. It's because you are pulling somebody out of emotion. And if you're going to be reasonable with somebody, reason means mental, like you're having a mental interaction. You have to get them out of their emotional reactions. And so you do that by asking questions. You know, like when this is how mechanical it is. Like when I was working with a group of psychologists, I was the only non-PhD in the group. Like I was, to quote one of them, I was the whack job that just happened to be in this group. But over a short period of time, all of a sudden I became the guy that everybody sent their problems to that they couldn't resolve, you know, the problem clients, patients. And so there was this one patient, and she had dissociative identity disorder, and nobody could get her to talk. Nobody could get her to admit that she had been, something bad had happened, you know, when she was young, right? And so they go, her defenses are so built up. There's no way you're going to get it. We're throwing a Hail Mary to you, and, you know, give it 3-6 months and, you know, we'll see. And I was like, if I can't do it in a week, I'm not gonna be able to do it. So we'll see. But, you know, so I literally did this. In the morning when you get up, do you have breakfast? She's like, yeah. I go, do you have like muffins or a bagel? And she goes, well, I have eggs. But I go, if you chose muffins and bagel, which one would you like? And she goes, bagels. And I go, do you like puppies or kittens? Like, do you like daytime or do you like nighttime? I asked her about 10 questions like that. And then I said, how old were you when the abuse started? And she was like 6. 15 minutes into the session, 15 minutes. All they did was I pulled her out of the emotions. That's all I did. I just asked her a bunch of questions. It doesn't even have to be about the topic. It's just asking questions and make them mental, and then you can have communication, right? And so that's how powerful emotions are, right? But it's also how easy it is to begin to manage them. Is you just, even in that situation where, you know, it was about a week ago where we realized somebody had done something, or realized who had done it. And so I was like a little bit upset, and I was like, okay, what's this? I just started asking myself questions. What about this? This isn't going to serve me. What can I do? Is anything wrong? Is anything okay? We've already addressed the problem. Should I reach out to the person and say, you know, hey, I know it was you. You know, I did all these things. I was like, none of that serves anything. Just by me going through and asking myself questions, all of a sudden I was like, the damage is done. You know, it's spilled milk. What are you going to do? Like, you know, sometimes you end up losing more trying to get the spilled milk back. So let's just let it go. And so the interaction there was just with myself. It wasn't even me interacting with a person. But if you're interacting with a person, you just ask a series of questions. If you go to the doctor and they're doing an uncomfortable procedure and the doctor is a little bit aware of it, he starts asking you questions. Oh, where do you like to have lunch? Is there a good restaurant around town? And da 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 da. And he starts asking you a bunch of questions, and you go, well, I like this and I like that. And have you gone to the fair? The fair's in town. Da 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 da. You know, whatever it is they ask you, and then pretty soon they go, oh, procedure's over. They're helping to calm the lower emotions so they can do the procedure. Right? So there's all kinds of applications to this idea once you understand the idea, right? If that makes sense. So you can unmute yourself or type in, go ahead and fire away. We're going to do a process here pretty quick, but I was talking for a while, so I want to give you guys a chance to ask questions. It'll become more apparent as we do the process today.
So last night I was talking to Brian and we were kind of watching TV and he said something about the show, the woman. And I realized the context was not a good time for me to say this, but he was watching this woman and man, and she was bored in her marriage. And she was flirting with somebody else. And he says, "Well, I'm glad we're not bored," or something like that. And I said, "I get bored sometimes." And it just, you can just see his face. And a few minutes later, he finally, like, I'm like, okay, I started doing that, asking questions, yeah. Later, he told me that his ex-wife had to say, like, she got bored and then she cheated on him. And so I'm like backpedaling. And everything you said, like, when I was a kid, I would have to manage people's stuff. So I was trying to manage his and make everything okay. And, it's like,
Yeah, so yeah, good instinct. So she said she had a live version of this last night, and started asking questions. Like when that happens, you just go like,
don't you get bored? Do you have
thanks.
like,
Right.
Don't you want to have more time to do?
Do you like
that?
puppies or kittens? If you like bagels, butter or cream cheese? Do you like a little slice of salmon on it? Or, sometimes it could be literally that silly or simple. And if you've ever had to interact with a lawyer, a lot of them, I hope you haven't, but if you have, regardless of why you're there, you're usually a little bit upset, regardless of why you're there. It could be real estate, it could be civil, it could be legal, whatever it is. They always tell you some little random story and they ask you a few questions, like good ones. They ask you several questions, and then when they can feel you're calmed down a little bit, then they get down to business. But there's usually a 5 minutes of like, "Oh, so did you do something nice on the weekend?" and da 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 da. Yes, they're chit-chatting, but they're also calming your emotions down so that when you start talking about the situation, you're a little bit more reasonable. And so, many years ago, I had to interact with this lawyer for one of my family members. And, I would show up and I was like, this conversation is causing a lot of emotions because I'm paying for this conversation. You're $300 an hour. I don't want to spend $25 talking about my weekend. So I was like, let's just get down to business. You don't have to soothe my emotions. And so they laughed and they got down to business and they go, I do that to like calm people down. I go, yeah, I don't need it. So don't want to pay for it. Like, I think that's what I said. I'm a little bit of a jerk there, but like, I understand what they were trying to do. So.
And then go ahead, Sahajananda, then Wendy.
Hey, Sahajananda.
Hello, good morning. I think in the context of everything you said, this question is relevant. But what happens when you have emotions yourself, and what do you do if you push them aside? I mean, they're emotions, they're real, like trauma.
Totally.
Like trauma, you push things down and you don't find it until somebody, something happens. Maybe you're working with somebody. So where do you actually, what do you do with those emotions if you're going to push them aside to do,
Well, so like when pushing them aside is usually more about anger or conflict.
Yeah.
Like the hurt feelings and trauma, they usually get pushed down, because if it happens in a social situation, you either have a little bit of a meltdown or you keep it together to get through the situation. And then you go, well, I'm going to process this a little bit later. Right. And so the thing with trauma and hurt feelings is usually you really have to sit with it because it's like deep, and we have like a natural mechanism to kind of push through it or cover it up a little bit, right? And so the idea would be to when you have time, like you're not going to do this in the middle of the situation, you're going to wait till you get home and then or somewhere safe, And then you're going to sit with it with your awareness on the heart. So the awareness on the heart brings it to the surface. And the thing with lower emotions is that, or I should say, trauma and hurt feelings is we have a hard time integrating that. And so really just by sitting and holding it in the heart naturally will transmute something emotional, right? It naturally does it. The difficulty is getting it there. So when you know that something has been traumatic, or you know that there's a situation, and for me, this is what I do. If I suspect that something hurt my feelings, I sit with it in the heart. Like I just sit with it, I hold the situation in my heart, and I go, okay, did this hurt my feelings? And sometimes I'll go, no. And then sometimes it will be, that really hurt my feelings. Like it really hurt my feelings. Wow, I had no idea. And so for trauma and hurt feelings, you really have to reflect on the situation with the awareness on the heart, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's a tendency to say, oh gosh, I'm so whatever, and then go, but I have to be okay in the social situation,
Yeah.
and then just push it aside and never pick it up again. So the piece.
And you're not gonna, a lot of times you're not gonna override it in the moment. And sometimes the situation, because of social situations, you're not really kind of allowed to do it, because here's the thing is, just like, here we're talking about kind of in a way, like turning away from trauma or hurt feelings. That's not just in us, it's in everybody. And so even if you like go, okay, my feelings are hurt, and you're doing it very genuinely and very softly and very, very properly, you'll notice everybody in the room is like, they get uncomfortable and they kind of turn away. It might not be physically turning away, but they turn away. Like they're just like, I don't want to deal with that, right? It's a natural mechanism in humans. And so you almost have to make yourself sit with it. And in social situations, you're not going to have people be able to sit with it most of the time. Sometimes you'll have friends who'll be able to sit with you through it, or a family member, or your partner, or something, or somebody who just might be able to do it, right? But for the most part, you sit with it, when you've retreated to somewhere, when you're alone, or with somebody that that you can talk it out. And at some point, even if you talk it out, there's still a component of it where you have to retreat into just yourself and sit with it. So even though you might have talked it out with a therapist or a friend or your partner, it's like, okay, that helps, but I still have to go sit with it myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's really the choice to be conscious and aware that you still got it, and to spend time to
Yes.
sit with it when you're
Yes.
in a setting where you can. So yeah, it's working on it. You have to really make a choice and have the courage.
And the beauty of holding it in the heart is you don't have to make anything happen. If you can get it into the heart will clean it up. It really will clean it up. And the heart will also help you see the situation like clearer. Like, I don't know that the person intended to do that, or, that person says they're my friend, but really when I sit with it, they don't act like a friend. They say they're a friend, but when I look at their behavior, not really a friend. Maybe we don't spend as much time with each other. Maybe I don't let myself be that vulnerable again, or, maybe, whatever it is. So not only does it transmute the emotion, but it also helps you to see something clearer. Like, think of it like this: is the heart sees the truth, and it sees the made up story. And it really helps you to let go of the made up story and go, this is the truth, right? Then the other component is, your heart deals with things like as a whole. Like it doesn't really deal with duality very well. So you go, oh, I'm only going to let in good things. I'm not going to allow in bad things. Your heart doesn't see it that way. Either things are coming in or they're not. Either everything comes in, meaning the good and the painful, or nothing comes in. Either the heart's activated or it's not. So if you go, I'm not going to let this painful thing in, then also the heart, the love aspect, the feeling of peace and stillness that can happen in the heart, or the sense of well-being, that also is not going to happen. Like it's a literally an either or for the heart. Either things come in or they don't. Not picking and choosing. Like, that's something that comes from the lower mind, where like, I'm going to do this, but I'm not going to do that. And it's okay when it's, for me, this behavior is okay, but when they do it, that's horrible. But when I do it, it's totally okay, right? That is a mental thing. That is not a heart thing, right? And so the heart even cuts through all that stuff. And so if you can get it in the heart, it keeps you from flip-flopping on things. It helps you to see something more accurately. It allows you to love even in the face of pain or difficulty. And it is literally the thing that transmutes the emotional component of it, the lower emotion.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're still welcome.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Wendy, then Christy, and then we'll keep going down the list.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. This thing about the questions, I mean, I've heard you say it before, but this time I got it.
Oh, good.
So it's really, it's fabulous. And
I don't understand. No, I couldn't help myself.
I'm thinking two things. All the examples you used, the questions you were asking were about something that was completely inconsequential and not emotional. And I see that absolutely will work. You'll get somebody back into their mind and it'll be better just, to get them out of the emotions. But then I started wondering what happens if you ask them a question about how they feel. Is that better or worse?
It depends. It depends on the individual. Like in a way, it depends. That's actually a very good question, by the way. So it depends on how much they've identified with something and what exactly did they identify with. Right. Like if they identified with this story where they're a victim and you ask them those questions, you're just going to get the case that they've been building for a while, and they're just going to kind of go on autopilot and lay out the case. Yeah. Why this is happening. And so a lot of times in therapy, I would, because I was doing like kind of talk therapy as I was doing energy work sometimes. And I asked them questions, maybe not about the situation themselves, but like it might be about their family or about their work or something where it was not about the story, right? Then I would test the water and I'd go, so tell me about what happened when your feelings got hurt. And if they still start going into that story, it's like, gotta go back into, do you like puppies or kittens? Like, you kind of into that spot where they're not engaging the story, because the story a lot of times is how we're trying to manage those emotions. And it's a lot of times a pattern that's been going on for a while. And like if you think about it like this, it's not about the facts. It's not about the story. It's not about any of that. It's about how can I make this person conductive to allow in some light?
Yes.
Right. That's all you're really trying to do. Just like if you think about when you go to a ceremony, you're setting up the space, you're being conductive, you're trying to bring in light, right? So light brings things to the surface, it helps you to process things, and it starts the evolutionary process for you to evolve out of whatever that situation is. So your words kind of in a way are only like an appetizer for the light, Like, so it really is not about you trying to resolve it with facts and information and talking them into something or out of something, or
Right.
it's
got it.
like, how can I get this person to be kind of conductive to let boom, the light come in? And then you just stand back and go, okay, job is done. The light will do what it's going to do. Right.
Right.
And so, you know, there's a lot of psychotherapists that do this without consciously knowing it. You know, they kind of have an intuition about them, but they kind of don't get in the way of themselves, kind of, in a way. Like, you know, they just allow something to kind of come through. And, you know, those, like, I had this one friend, they would just say, I can tell when the door is open and where the door is closed. And I was
Right.
like, very interesting information, because that's not their training, you know, but it's like they can tell when something's going to come in.
Yeah.
And when the door is closed. Literally, the light can come in or it can't, right? And so the idea is the words are just like a setup to something bigger. And I think when you approach it like that, it takes the back and forth with the story and the mental body out of it. Because even when you kind of go back and forth with like facts, you know, you present the facts and then they'll go, yeah, but I went and I researched this and that, and they're just finding different versions of the story, right? Or they're like, I'm going to change the story. Instead of everybody wearing green, everybody's going to wear brown. That's going to completely change everything. All the players are still acting in the drama, right? They just are wearing different clothes now. And so the goal is for the drama to stop. And the thing that stops the drama is the light. So you're really just trying to set up situations for light to come in, be it a person, a situation, a group, a business. Like when a business is running really well and is innovative, there's a decent amount of light within the business, regardless of what the industry is, right?
Yeah.
There's a decent amount of light.
Yep.
When the company is stagnant and there's difficulties happening, it's because it lacks light. I mean, bottom line, that is the mechanics. It lacks light. So when I would come in as a consultant, I wouldn't know anything about the industry at all. I would just look at it and go, lacks light. Like, let's just blast it full of light. And they'd go, what did you do? What did you do? They want all the facts and details. And literally I did like a ceremony. Like I didn't sit and evaluate the company and this person and that person. You bring the light in, all the problems come up to the top and you go, that's your problem right there. And so the light has an evolutionary process, be it a person, a place, a situation, a business, whatever it is. The goal is always to bring in the light.
Good. Thank you.
You're so
Perfect.
welcome.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Christy, then Deborah.
Hey, Christy.
Good morning, Greg. Isn't it wonderful how there always seems to be a life event that gives you something to work on before these classes? And last night I had an interaction with a really good friend, a couple friend, and it hurt my feelings because it was tapped into a childhood pattern. So my question, I mean, I'm going through cycles of crying this morning.
Oh.
And my question is, sorry,
It's okay.
because
This is
it-
one of those
it's not,
social situations where it's okay for you to cry.
yeah, thank you. I just want to be able to articulate. So my question is, because it tapped into a childhood pattern, it really wasn't combative or aggressive, but they were creatively, they misunderstood what I was saying and they were creatively being ugly. And it was a pattern of how it was treated as a child. So my question is, well, do I need to work something on unwinding that? Or will what we're doing today shift that?
Today should cover it, but let's also just talk about it like in the moment. And so first off, you don't have to give me details, but is it something that needs to be resolved, or is it something that like happened and you need to deal with it and then make choices?
I mean, I've talked with
you-
Jeff about it. I mean, they're really good friends. It's a couple that we're both friends with, and they're lovely people, and he's a very kind person. So it's not like, I don't know that having a conversation will resolve it. I think it probably would just stir up stuff and not be productive. And so, but it does make me feel like future times together
me-
are gonna be
Give me
guarded.
give me an idea of what it's about. Don't give me the details, just an idea.
Well, I can
So-
just tell you because it's not some big thing. It really is not a big thing. I basically just said, "Oh, we saw so and so," and she seemed like maybe something had happened, like her, like neurologically, she wasn't walking like she was okay. I hope she's okay. They took it that I was gossiping and basically called me in a creative way a jackass. And I thought, wow, like that's not what I was saying. I was saying, I hope this person's okay. Like, have you talked to her recently? And it was,
That is a weird one.
yeah. And this is like our conversations are never about other people. We don't sit around and talk about people. We talk about trips and vacations and concepts and books. And so it was just a, hey, have you checked in on so and so? Like she seemed like maybe she, you know, I don't know if she had a stroke. I don't know what happened, but she's not okay. And they took it, I was gossiping, even though I wasn't. And, you know, quote, put me in my place. So what it took me to with childhood was you just being an innocent little kid and you get knocked back and told.
Okay, so I mean that one's a little bit on the fence with me. Like maybe something gets said, maybe something doesn't. I wouldn't say saying something directly about it, but like sometimes when you need to talk about it, you can do it with a little bit of like a joke, or wouldn't even be one of those, but clarifying it like after the fact, but not like super directly. And so I think the more important thing though is, I mean, it's obvious that your feelings got hurt and it's kind of hurtful. Like, you know, it wasn't like you had an overreaction. I know you have, like you said, like a little bit of a pattern from childhood about this, but that would pretty much hurt anybody's feelings. Like even if you didn't have the childhood pattern for it, it would hurt anybody's feelings. 5 people might react differently, you know, 5 different ways, but feelings would get hurt there. And so this is what I would say is even good people are not 100% good. There's always a little bit of something there, right? And even bad people, there can be a little bit of goodness there, right? And so you have to evaluate at some point, is this like a character flaw for this person? But right now I would say just think of the situation, close your eyes, just think of the situation, and your awareness is going to be on your heart. Just hold the situation in your heart. You are probably going to cry for a little bit. Like, I'm just going to let you know, like if you can hold it in your heart, you'll stop wrestling with it. So just hold it in your heart. If other people have some situation that you want to process, just hold it in your heart. Okay. Oh, keep holding it in your heart, but open your eyes and just look at the camera. Look at me. Just look at me. Not because I'm something special. It's just a focal point. Just focal point. Okay. Your awareness is on your heart. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Keep thinking about that situation. Keep just holding it in the heart. Okay. And you're still looking at me, but now your awareness is simply on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. Okay. Back to your heart. You're holding it in the heart again. Okay. How are you, Christy? Where are you at?
It's calming down.
Yeah. And tell me, did you have any thoughts or insights come in?
Well, I mean, I muted myself because it's still like the ugly cry. It's better now. Like it feels a little softer. But it feels smoother. Yeah.
Did you have any insights about them?
No, because I'm so focused on trying to breathe. Like
Okay.
it, yeah.
Let's do another round. We have time. Like keep the awareness. And if you have some situation, even if it didn't just happen, some painful thing or some difficult thing you're dealing with, go ahead and do this process with us. So you're holding it in your heart. And you're just taking some long, slow, deep breaths. If something pops in your mind, just watch it float by like clouds. The goal is just the heart. If you start crying, just let yourself cry. Make sure you're breathing. Try to take long, slow, deep breaths. At this point, open up your eyes and just look at me, just because it's a focal point. And your eyes are still open, but you're going to move your awareness down to your feet, your whole foot, each of your feet. Go back up to the heart. Hold that situation again in your heart. How about now, Christy? Where you at?
Well, it definitely feels more logical. I mean, I feel like I can understand why he did what he did and he had a reaction, what have you.
Oh, no, I'm just curious, where are you at with that?
Yeah.
Like, why do you think you did?
I think he thought he was defending this other person or saying, hey, whatever.
He doesn't like to be judged. So he saw you judging somebody, so he was reprimanding you and punishing you.
Oh,
It's like, think about it like this. People treat other people a lot of times like you would a puppy. This is the way I want you to treat me. And like he's self-conscious about being judged. And so he's trying to rub your nose in the pee so you don't ever judge him.
well, that's exactly the childhood. I mean, that's how
Yeah.
my father was.
Yeah.
Constant.
Yeah. So let's do it with your dad. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we're already here. Might as well mop the floor too. Yeah. So just think of the situation with your dad. Hold it in your heart. Keep holding it in your heart. Your eyes are open. You're looking at me. Your awareness is on your feet. The reason to move your awareness to your feet is to help stay connected to your body and not check out. You know, you're helping to stimulate the intuitive side of your mind by moving your awareness here, and it keeps you from dissociating. Back up to the heart and think of the situation. Okay, let's just let it go for a second. Give yourself a break. Dad's going to take more work. You know, you had way more interaction and it's closer, but think of it like this, like even when like we start to have like a little bit more of the rational thought, we're still like the first wave of it is also like a more instinctive response, and we're trying to manage the emotion. Always kind of like approach it like this. People are always coming from a place of self-interest most of the time. Like most of the time, not every time, but most. And so even there where he reprimanded you, he wasn't thinking like, oh, you shouldn't do this, or trying to defend the friend. He's like, I don't want you to do that behavior because I don't want you to do it to me. Like basically that's what happens, is people don't want, like when they lash out at somebody, I don't want that at me, so I'm going to stop it there before it happens to me. right? We're not as complicated as we think. You know, people don't think things out as much as we would think. And so doesn't mean people can't make up stories. But kind of the root response is usually self-interest, you know. So like when you're processing, if it starts to be like kind of a long-winded story, it's still like managing something. But when it's like, oh, he doesn't want to be judged, you nailed it. You know what I mean? And then like when I said that, you go, that's the way it was when I was young. That was the issue when you are young. So you've already processed that when you were dealing with the stuff from your youth. But here it's just dragging that insight into the here and now. And we are going to have patterns, you know. Sometimes it's just something that takes us a while to shake off, and sometimes we're learning and growing from the difficulty and developing aspects of ourselves because of the difficulty. It's just like lifting weights. It's resistance that's building up the muscle, not everything is fine and we're free from any resistance and our muscles get big. It's the resistance that builds the muscle. And so even the heart muscle, you know, we're able to love greater and deeper because we also are feeling something painful sometimes. Doesn't mean you have to have pain to be able to love, but you can't keep the pain out and still expect to love. And so let's take this and just roll into the very first step that we're doing with the oils. And so here we're basically doing like all the different aspects of lower emotions here in a very simplified way. And we're going to utilize something that's going to calm down the agitation in the lower emotional body, right? And so remember, lower emotions are just like a switch. It's not the story, it's not all the details, it's not the information. Either the light is on or the light is off. Either you're agitated or you're not. It is literally either you are or you aren't. It's just like the heart, either it comes in or it doesn't, right? It's still tied to this lower emotional mechanism. And so like here, the more you can calm down the agitation and the lower emotions, the easier it is to then go, these are the emotions I want to harvest. When the emotions are really agitated, like say, well, like anger. Anger is usually the big one, right? There's a bunch of anger. Then when you go into the garden, all you see is anger. Like, how can you not choose anger? Because it's the one screaming at you, right? You want to be able to go, I want to walk into the garden and have a choice of what I'm going to choose. Do I want stillness? Do I want anger? Do I want, you know, frustration? Do I want, you know, you go down the list. You know, even the competitive drive is a lower emotion. The sense of fairness is also a lower emotion, right? The ability to compare and choose is still based in lower emotion, right? All of these things are still tied to lower emotion. And so what are we going to choose? Are we going to choose something that is an old pattern, or are we going to choose something different, right? And so here, like we're just calming down the emotional body so that it becomes like easier to get it into the heart, or to see like, yeah, going back to comprehending emotions, you saying that pushed on something that was a trigger for him. And so you triggered something in him, and there's that old saying in psychiatry, hurt people, right? So you tapped in something that hurt, you know, as a hurt for him, or a vulnerability for him. So the way for a person usually to handle that is then they hurt back. So like, stay away from that. You know, it's like an animal in the corner. They are not wanting you to come near them in that area. And so you hit on an area that he does not want you to come to. So he made sure, because he bit you, right? And when he bit you, it was like, don't ever do that again, especially to me. So now your guard's up, like, don't judge him because he's going to chew me out, right? When really what happened was he has a pain or a trauma or a hurt in that area that you've just triggered a little bit. And then, you know, something happened to you. So comprehension is understanding the situation, and it's nothing that you have to address unless it really is compromising to the relationship. But you know now, like, that's one of his trigger areas, and even if you brought it to his attention, he probably wouldn't address it. So you just stay clear of that one. You know, if you're going to stay friends, if it's not a deal breaker, you just stay clear of it. You know, you just stay clear of it. So with that, let's pull out either some form of blue tansy, yarrow, there's blue healer, German chamomile would work. It would be a bit more of a B choice. Any of the chamomiles would kind of be a B choice, but let's see if we have enough choices here. Blue healer or blue tansy and blue healer are your big choices. Same with yarrow. In ancient times, they would say yarrow heals deep wounds, and part of it is it calms down the agitation that happens in the lower emotions. So
You've mentioned harvest several times, and I'm gathering that that's a process.
it's just like you. So he's asking, like, harvest. It's just like an internal choice that you do. It's basically not just having a reaction to your emotions, but consciously going down and like, okay, gotta bring up my competitive side. I gotta bring up my, you know, you kind of bring it up on a dime. And so you're just literally kind of doing it with intention. You know, like sometimes even anger, like dealing with a contractor, like he's in the housing business. So I go like dealing with a contractor, you might have to pretend to be mad to get him to do something, right? And so you do that, right? And also the sense of fairness, like in this situation, even though I'm upset, am I being fair? Are they being fair to me? Like, you know, it is, you bring up that sense of fairness and you're like, yes, I'm angry, but fairness is more important than me being angry right now. So I'm going to feed or harvest the fairness. And yes, I'm angry, but I'm gonna set it aside because this has to be resolved. Like getting angry at, like, say, a partner or something, it's just gonna blow it up. So this has to stay fair. Like, I need to not be taken advantage of. They need to not be taken advantage of. We gotta get this job done, like whatever it is. So how can we do this in the fairest way possible for both of us? And, you know, yes, it's resolving something, but it's not just letting the situation, you know, blow up, if that makes sense. Yeah. Try it, maybe lavender, just try lavender. Okay, so you don't need to think about anything. You don't need to visualize anything. Just begin inhaling and your awareness is on your forehead. Your forehead is where the hairline is. And then move to your back head. So opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Your awareness is on the armpits. The elbows, the front of the elbows where the creases. In the wrists, the front and back sides of the wrists. The palms of your hands. Your hips, the sides of your hips. The knees, the back of your knees, where the creases. The ankles, the front of the ankle. And the soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed, just be still. Yeah, just reflect on something, some difficult situation that you have, be it now, a year ago, 5 years ago, something that would cause the emotions to be stirred a little bit. You know what can cause the lower emotions to be agitated? Uncertainty. Like not knowing what's going on, not knowing what's happening. Notice how you feel. We're going to do another cycle. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead. Long, slow, deep breath. And then the back head. Just be still, be aware. We're just starting this process, but just let go for a moment. Just let go. Think of that agitated thing again, be it something right now, the past, the thing that's a little bit uncomfortable. Notice how it feels again. Again, begin inhaling with your awareness on the forehead. A long, slow, deep breath. You're still on your forehead. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your back head. And before we take the next step, just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. I want you to see the potency of just these first two steps. How does it feel after you've done just the first two steps, the forehead and the back head, and you go back to the thing that was a bit agitating? When you go back to it, how does it feel? The situation didn't change, right? But what's starting to happen to you? How about you? How's it?
Morphed into something else.
Right. So somebody here said it morphed into something else. Very common, right? Because another way of saying morphing is light starting to come in and it's starting to evolve either out of the situation, you're starting to get clarity, you're starting to see a pattern, whatever it is. The reason why we're going to do this again, but part of what we're doing here today is, yes, we're talking about oils, but we're talking about the self-esteem thing, but we're also, I want to talk a little bit more about what the pattern's doing. So this is like kind of like, what do you call it? A learning hospital. You know, not that this is a hospital, but we're going to do it. But you're also, if you're trying to understand emotions, you also want to understand your own emotions, right? And so a lot of this is tied to physiological responses. And so the reason why the forehead and the back head is so important, and for the ones that have done classes before, we have this pattern where you go front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, right? So the reason is like you get something in the heart, the back heart transmutes it a little bit more, and then you go forehead, back head, right? So the reason this is important, this is tied to more intuitive thinking. You could say, yeah, it's tied to that. It's the same centers that are tied to clairvoyance. It's not to cultivate clairvoyance, but there's a reason why spiritual practitioners cultivate clairvoyance, and literally it's not to see. Seeing is just a byproduct, right? Seeing is just a byproduct. What you're doing by working the forehead and the back head is you're literally retraining your adrenals. You're addressing the fight flight mechanism by going forehead, back head, forehead, back head. You're literally shifting the involuntary part of your nervous system that is tied to fight or flight, right? Now, then we go through the rest of the pattern where it's like arms, elbows, wrists, palms, hips, knees, ankles, soles, right? So in a way you could say when you have lower emotions, be it good or bad, they flow up and down the arms and legs. When you check out, it's that area of your arms and legs are congested. This is recognized in energetic medicine. This is recognized in Chinese medicine. This is recognized also in osteopathic medicine, right? You open up the arms and the legs. So why deal with fight flight with the forehead and back head and then go to the arms and legs? You fight or you run, right? So your arms and your legs, you have this thought and either you're duking it out or your legs are moving, getting you out of there. You're trying to calm down the pathways that has always been your go-to thing. You're calming down the pathway of either running or fighting. It literally is just that simple. So you're calming down first the response, and then you're calming down the reaction, right? So when you go through and you're doing this with the blue healer or the dark blue tansy, even the other tansy actually works really well for this. The regular blue tansy works really well for this. You're calming down the response, and then you're calming down the reaction in your body to the response. And so if you keep doing this, you'll notice that over a period of time, when something agitating is presented to you, you're able to calm yourself down faster and you'll be less reactive so that you can go, I want to choose my response. It can still be lower emotions, but I'm choosing it instead of being sucked into it, right? Or just reacting into it, right? So this is literally how you step into the garden and go, what am I going to harvest today? Rather than, I'm going after those tomatoes. They're staring me in the face, right? So if it's anger or frustration or feeling hurt, you know, it's not that we're trying to avoid those things, but you know, we usually have a go-to lower emotion. When I was young, mine was like hurt and betrayed, right? But then as I got older, it could be anger, right? And so being able to say, yeah, those are there, but it's not what I'm going to choose. I'm going to go in and I'm going to choose the thing that I want. I might be competitive. I might try to be fair. I might have a sense for a drive for justice. I might have just the drive to compare and choose in this situation, you know, whatever it is, but I am going to do it with intention. And so the first step of doing it with intention is calming everything down, just calming down that initial response. And so calming down this initial response is tied to this first step. So again, we're going to go through and you're going to inhale the same oil you've been using. Your awareness is on your forehead. Now, if you're in the middle of a crisis, like, you know, we were talking with Christy and she's like, oh, you know, say this happened, you know, we were having this conversation last night and they left, and, you know, you can go through and you deal with the trauma and you can deal with the hurt feelings, but also there's agitation in the emotional body. It happens to everybody. It happens to the Dalai Lama. It happens. If you have a body, there is the potential, right? And so part of how you could calm this down is even just in the moment you do this, or if it's something that happened a while back, you just go, okay, I'm going to think of that situation that happened, or it might be a situation that you're in right now and it's in process, right? It's in process. Like you have this person at work that's, I got to have a meeting with the boss and he's being unreasonable and, right? So even here, you would think of the situation as you're inhaling. So your awareness is on your forehead. Still, your awareness is on the forehead. Move your awareness to the back head. Your awareness is still in the back head. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. the hips, the knees, the ankles, the soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, just let everything go for a moment. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Think of that situation, be it current, that happened recently, or a year, 5 year, 10 years, something that stirs you emotionally a little bit. How does it seem? How does it feel? Okay, we're going to do one more cycle. Okay, like if you really can calm down the agitation, all the other stuff goes deeper and is much easier. So again, you're going to inhale, your awareness is on the forehead, taking long, slow, deep breaths. Maybe. It's just a refresher. Your awareness is on your back head. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. Just let it go for a minute. Let's just again see the impact of just the forehead, back head. Even if you just wanted to end the day sitting in your chair, doing whatever, or laying in bed, even if you just sat and inhaled forehead, back head, it's a way to undo the impact that the day has had on your adrenals. We're going to do another cycle, but before we do another cycle, let's do a little Q&A. It's one thing to take in the information, but when you have an experience, then you can kind of process it to a greater degree. And that's usually when you're going to have some questions. We kind of explained what the mechanism is for even the pattern itself. And so the pattern with the oil in combination, the oil will calm down the adrenals, but going through and doing this pattern is very calming to the sympathetic part of your nervous system, which is your fight flight response. It's action and activity as well, but it's fight flight mechanisms. So you can unmute yourself or type in.
Should we take off where we were? Because we had some questions
Let's maybe just do like
right after this process.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Deborah,
Hey, Deborah.
and then Linda. Let's see.
Hi, took me a while to find my unmute. How are you? This class is really powerful. Thank you for mentioning the uncertainty piece. I would not have thought of that, and that explains a lot for me.
Yeah.
But
The mind,
two things.
the mind really is not receptive to uncertainty. Like the mind has to be trained like a puppy, like for uncertainty. And the thing with the mind is it's always trying to predict the future. And so a lot of times that's our stories are like, the mind goes, it's probably this, right? It's probably that. It's probably this. It's probably that. When really what's happening, where our body communicates almost like more in symbols rather than in stories, when it's just like uncertainty, uncomfortable, like, it's just really short pieces of information or stimuli, right? And so whenever the body is uncertain, you kind of have to train like, yeah, it's uncertain, but I'm okay. I'm okay right now. I'm okay in a day, you know, in a week, I don't know, but right now I'm okay. Where your mind tries to make up, well, this is happening and that's happening, and this is probably going to happen, and this person's doing this and this person's doing that, and this person will protect me when this happens. You know, we come up with all this stuff, and I mean, I don't know about you, but pretty much none of that works out for me. Like if I let my mind go there, none of it's usually accurate, or very small pieces of it are, and so you know. It's something that everybody's mind does, but being able to be comfortable with uncertainty is a learned habit. It's not something that comes naturally to people. It is something you have to cultivate. And so, you know, that's kind of one of the big bases for like something like Buddhism, is you're training yourself to be able to be uncomfortable with like the unknowing. And if you think you know something, they actually go through certain types of Buddhism. They go through and break it down, so now you don't know. You know, they literally like train you to do that, and you don't have to take it that far, but unknowing is probably one of the biggest issues that people have.
So I have a couple of questions. So one is about, so you put it in the heart. Is that the same thing as when you're asking for forgiveness and forgiving? Does that have the same sort of like action as putting it in the heart? And then the other is, as I'm doing this protocol right now to calm the adrenals and the fight flight mode, like my heart, it hurts so bad. Like I have just run like a century, and I can't, it doesn't seem, even as we go through this, I even went and got my blue healer, which for me feels stronger than the blue tansy. I'm not getting any relief. And so I'm wondering what I can do there.
Try you have some helichrysum?
Yes.
Try inhaling the helichrysum. Like sometimes
Okay.
when so much comes into the heart, like you start to integrate something or transmute it, sometimes it will be a bit much on the heart. Like it feels like the chest will get a little tight, or like you said, it feels like you've been running or something, and it's the heart is processing a bunch. So
Okay. I told you it was
and
powerful, this
yeah,
class.
and it's usually like it can be spiritual energy sometimes, but a lot of times, like especially with the process that we're doing right now, it's like usually like trauma or hurt feelings. And so that's why if you go to a helichrysum, it usually just kind of flushes it out.
Great. Thank you. And then the aspect of forgiveness, is that the same as putting it in the heart?
Yeah, forgiveness, putting it in the heart will help, but the actual mechanisms for forgiveness are the low back area, known as the Mingmen, you know, the backside of the navel.
Okay.
And then the back heart, and then the crown. So you would actually do all three. So you can hold it in the heart and then run it through those three centers.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
We can't hear you. Maybe you didn't mean to unmute. Keep trying. We can't hear you. Just want to make sure you know that. We do want to hear what you want. Go ahead. Anyone hear about the oils? Did he answer your question, or?
No, I was just gonna
respond to the response part.
Hmm.
Number one on the adrenals, can we use the lavender?
Lavender's not a very good choice. Like it will kind of do something, but anything that's like a dark blue oil is what usually works. Even German chamomile, even though it's dark blue, it doesn't work as good as yarrow or dark blue tansy. Yeah.
And I went through and realized, having been really badly patronized, that my person who owns the company is in way over his head.
Mm.
And he didn't know what to do, and he just came at me.
Yeah. So she had a realization about somebody that she works with.
So I'm gonna have to throw a whole lot of compassion at him in my interaction. So thank you.
Is Christy there? Is Christy there?
Here.
Hey, how do you feel?
I definitely feel less emotionally triggered and just more observational. And what I realize when I look at this pattern, it's always men that I have this with.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I make them really uncomfortable, which makes me feel like I have to walk on eggshells, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah. Like women, you have a different dynamic, and so even if the issue comes up, it just doesn't come up.
Yeah, I don't get these kind of interactions with women. It's like something within me intimidates men, and they, like you said, it's the putting me in my place. When I look at it, that's been a pattern. Like my ugliest of experiences with men, it's always this. And it's always me just saying something innocent. It's never me lashing out at them. It just something like the fact that I exist makes them feel uncomfortable.
Well, if you think about, like, I don't know about the other situations, but in this particular situation, you simply made an observation, right? I don't know about the things from your childhood, but if you're looking and like, what is it that triggers people, or men, I should say, in this particular situation, you know, you start like becoming like a little like FBI agent of you know, like, I'm going to get to the heart of the matter, just the facts, you know, let's get it, like get in. And if it's observation, then I don't know what it's like for your pattern when you're young, but you know, again, going to the person doesn't like being judged. And then the flip side of it is you are showing that you're aware and observing other people. And so like when you're around guys where this might be an issue, you just keep your observations to yourself. You know, like sometimes there's something to resolve, and sometimes is you just are very, very tactful about things, you know, and like if you have awareness, it is an asset. You might even be more insightful and more aware than you realize. And it strikes a nerve in them. And, you know, maybe you're going to call them on something. Maybe they're up to something. Maybe they just don't like being judged. But, you know, sometimes when you're observant, that's the thing that's the trigger. And it doesn't mean you stop observing. You just keep some of that information to yourself. You know, if you think of the Sphinx, to know, to dare, what is it? To know, to will, to dare, and to be silent. The more that you become aware, sometimes the more you have to be silent about things, because not everybody's ready to hear it. You know, that's just bottom line. You know, that's one of the things that of having different teachers. One of the things was always when, you know, disseminating like the teachings that, you know, for whatever tradition it was I was working for, was doing the right amount at the right time, you know, the right medicine, the right dose. And if you just like throw out a bunch of observations, a lot of times what happens when a person's not ready is they push back, right? So that's the whole idea of inner teachings and outer teachings. It's not that they're trying to hide something, but if you present too deep of a truth that's going to cause people to shift or change to too high of a degree, they'll push back, and not only will they not evolve, they'll resist so hard that they'll de-evolve, like they'll go backwards. So you give the right dosage at the right time. And for you, maybe that's the lesson, like just when to say it and when not, you know. And there might be a time that you could have said the same thing to the person and it would have really sunk in. Not that there was some lesson about that woman, but just an observation where you say something to that person and you know, it causes a big shift. It causes the light to come in. And so, you know, maybe the lesson is just simply that.
Thank you.
It's not about the whole, when we have abilities, or there are certain principles that are in all of us and we're not aware of them, a lot of times they hit us over the head and hit us over the head and hit us over the head until we get it, until we learn the lesson. It's not that we have a negative pattern, it's just we haven't realized the pattern, or we haven't brought the pattern to light. And so it's not a negative tendency, it's just something that you have to like be aware of and know when to use it and when to be quiet. You know, there's lots of situations where I get in, and it's usually with people I don't know very well, or when I'm doing work in like, not my work, but like working for somebody, like in a corporate setting. They always say, "You're so quiet." Not a good place for me to be making my observations. You know, it took me a while to figure that out, but you know, I'm being quiet and I'm just observing everybody. But if there's a time and a place, I do it. But like there's times where, you know, I've said something to try to help a friend and they just kind of fade away because I was observant of something. It happens. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. It also can suck a little bit. You know, you can acknowledge that, like, it sucks I have to do that. But at the same time, it's just knowing when and where. You know, it's like that joke too. Like what you did was very innocent. So like, I don't know that I would do anything different. That one just kind of snuck up on you, but it kind of alerted you to this mechanism, right? But sometimes it's always can be like how you present it, right? And so sometimes you just get better at presenting it. Like, you know, I tell this joke from time to time. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of a joke, where there's a psychic back in the old days, you know, and he's talking to the king, you know, this is hundreds of years ago. And the king says, "Tell me what's going on with me." First psychic says, "Everybody around you dies." And he's like, "Yeah, I don't like that answer. Off with your head." Next psychic comes in. He goes, "Tell me what's going on with me." He goes, "Everybody around you dies." Like, "Don't like that answer. Off with your head." Next psychic, "Tell me what's going on with me." "You outlive everybody." Same piece of information, wrapped in a different package, right? Same exact piece of information. The king's like, "Oh, I like that answer." First one was of pain. The first one is like, "You're so awesome, you're going to outlive everybody." You know, sometimes it's simply that. Yeah.
So I feel like I'm a little bit in flight or fight still. And I'm like at this weird thing in the back of my head, like it's
Feels like somebody's put something-
It's probably something that's regulating. We're gonna take it down through the body, and probably, she's saying she still has it's a little bit jittery, like thinking about, she had a thing happen last night as well.
Oh, no, I
And-
went back to.
Oh, she went back to childhood.
So-
Yeah.
I
It's
have
just,
friends.
this one.
So is that a process of learning to swim? When you decide something and you're not-
Yeah. Discernment, you could say, so she's saying like knowing when to say it and when not to say it. You could say discernment, but going back to the things that we were saying at the beginning, where there's perceiving emotion, harnessing emotion, comprehending emotion. Comprehending emotion is also comprehending your emotion, but also the emotional state of where that other person is. And sometimes it's not even like, well, they're not in a good place or they're angry. It's not even that it's like that. It's just that they're emotional. It's not even like what it is. It's like anything you say to a person that's emotional, just goes right over their head, right? Doesn't matter if that's correct. Hers was correct. And so it pushed somebody's button. So even if it's correct, if the window's not open or it doesn't like produce something for you, then I wouldn't say it. Let's turn the phone off.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And what you said brought up the situation. But it was fruitful what I said 9 months later.
Yeah.
I do turn it off. I do turn it off. So I am like when you, wasn't gossiping, but said something.
She wasn't gossiping either. Right.
But it was truthful.
But it's still, if it triggered somebody, then you're needing to comprehend where they're at.
Okay. I see.
Yeah. Right. So she's still kind of going back to like a version of what happened with Christy, where, you know, she said something that was truthful, but then 9 months later, everybody saw that it was, but the person got very upset. Yeah, they're being emotional. Like if they're emotional, they are not going to hear it. They're not going to hear it. So the only thing you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, I'm going to take this hammer and I'm going to hit myself in the foot. That's literally what you're doing.
Okay.
Right? Like it doesn't matter. Like facts are not part of the emotional component. It's either this person is ready to hear it, they're ready to bite my head off. Like whatever it is, it's just emotion, right? It's not about the information itself. It's just
When you said, to flush things out at the end, you said use inhale helichrysum?
oh, for that one person. She was
Right.
having inhale because I'm
trauma.
just on the heart.
And then, focus on the heart, and then there were 3 other symptoms.
Oh, for forgiveness, it's Ming Men, back heart and crown. Yeah.
There's still the previous questions from.
Let's do this.
That's what I
Yeah.
just wanna make sure
Okay.
everyone else is ready.
Okay, so we're gonna do this process just one more time and then we'll take a break. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the forehead. turn it completely off. It probably haunted your back head. I thought that was a funny. I bet I thought that was a funny joke. It haunted. Your awareness is on your back head. Your armpits. Your elbows. Your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your hips. Your knees. Okay. Yeah. Your ankles. Ankles.
The soles of your feet. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice how you feel. Check in with that situation that's a little unsettling to the lower emotions. And keep in mind, like what Deborah was saying, like she was feeling pressure in her chest. When lower emotions are agitated, they don't turn into higher emotions. When the lower emotions are calm, lower emotions get generated and then eventually moves up to the heart where it either gets integrated or gets transmuted. But when they're agitated, they stay lower emotions. Translation, if you're angry, you get angrier. If you're hurt, you feel more hurt. If you feel betrayed, you feel more betrayed. If you're frustrated, you feel more frustrated. Right? If you feel, whatever it is, fill in the blank, insert the lower emotion here, it feels more, right? And so being able to calm down the agitation allows it to unfold and become a higher emotion. Like you go from like, oh, that person's being such a jerk to like, yeah, maybe they're having a bad day. I feel compassion for the person, or, they have a point. Maybe we need to compromise, or, you know what? They're just being a jerk. I need to tolerate this because of work or they're a friend or whatever it is. They have this weird thing where they get triggered. So you're allowing higher emotions to come into play, or the lower emotions to evolve to higher emotions, so to speak. So with that, let's take a little break. And I know we did kind of a long session, but we're going to come back right straight up on noon Central Time, and we're going to do another little short process before lunch. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes, straight up on the hour. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we are dropping down to the top of page 2, and we're looking at raising vibration. So in esoteric circles or healing circles, you hear this thing, vibration, raising vibration. If you're anything like me, what does that really mean, right? What does that really mean, raising vibration? So if you break it down and you just look at it from a functional point, like a more clinical thing, it means kind of two things. One is it means like raising vibration means an increase or an improvement in function, right? An increase or improvement in function, right? Then vibration would also be tied to like the state that you're in, and raising the vibration would mean you are moving it to be more conductive to the higher soul. And so very low states of emotional awareness, the very lowest being something that's unconscious. So we might have unconscious things that are laying in our psyche that prevent us from connecting to the higher soul or our higher nature, Buddha nature, whatever you want to call it. And so we're going to use an oil that's made for releasing lower emotions, but the pattern itself, if you look at the pattern, basic, spleen, Mingmen, crown, right? So Your basic chakra is tied to the defense mechanism, right? It's tied to physical survival. And physical survival is tied to the form. So the form being your body, but also part of the form is your unconscious thoughts, your instinctive responses, and also your opinions, your repetitive thoughts. These are all considered like types of form, right? So when we go through and we do this, we move from the basic to the spleen. So why are we doing to the spleen? So for one, the spleen is kind of, you could say, the center or the motivating factor for the unconscious. Like when you have unconscious motivations, resistances, good, bad, whatever it is unconscious, they're located in the spleen. Your spleen has the ability to break these things down, or it has the ability to energize them, right? Then you move down to the Ming Men, which is the center on the low back opposite your navel. Now, this center, normally, if this is the center, it's constantly taking energy up and moving it up to be transmuted into like higher emotions and higher cognitive function, and eventually out the top of the head to the incarnated soul, right? Which is 12 inches above your head. But a thing that doesn't get talked about very much is the Ming Men also can help bring something into form. And the reason why it brings something into form is if the energy is not moving up, then the Ming Men can actually help facilitating it, moving it down. And it's not what lowers the vibration of your thoughts and bringing it into form, but it's part of the process, right? And the thing that the Ming Men does is it takes the energy, if it's not moving it up, it moves it to the sex chakra, right? The sex chakra. And this is not about sex most of the time. It's not about sex, right? Then the sex chakra starts to attract energy from the environment to bring whatever it is, good or bad, into form. Now, here's the thing. The Ming Men, if it's not transmuting it, it's then tied to helping to bring it into form by stimulating the sex chakra, right? So if you look, a lot of times when somebody's in the state, the Ming Men's a little overactivated, the sex chakra is a little overactivated. This could also be like sexual arousal, but usually sexual arousal is more just the sex chakra, and if it's with your partner, it's the heart, right? You hear like sometimes somebody is attracted to like the bad boy or, the bad girl or whatever it is. Part of that is the Ming Men gets overstimulated because of adrenal function, and it stimulates the sex chakra. But what you're bringing in is chaos. You're bringing in harm. You're bringing in the lower emotions. I'm going to bring in hurt. I'm going to bring in abandonment. I'm going to bring in being angry. I'm going to bring whatever it is. So when we're not consciously choosing and harvesting what the lower emotions are that we're going to act on, and they just come up willy-nilly, right? A lot of times we have unconscious things that they're not at the surface, but they're down there, and they keep going down into form and attracting these energies from the environment. So another way of saying this whole thing is when you have a repetitive pattern that keeps happening over and over again, even if you don't break the pattern, you're trying to bring the pattern to your conscious awareness. You're trying to bring it to the light. You're trying to have awareness or understanding. Otherwise, you just keep creating the same pattern over and over again until you start to have awareness, right? So it's literally saying like, I want to understand that this 2x4 is really hard. So keep hitting me over the head until I get that this 2x4 is hard, right? That it's unbreakable and it's hard or hard to break, right? It sounds funny, but we do this with a lot of unconscious lower emotions. Keep hitting me over the head until I get it. Keep hitting me over the head until I've had a belly full. Keep hitting me over the head until I can't take any more pain. I can't take any more abandonment anymore, and I have to make some sort of change. So by going through and actually doing this step, you're helping to reduce the defense mechanism of that behavior, right? You're bringing something up and out of the unconscious. You're taking it down the Ming Men. Instead of allowing it to go down into form, you're then shooting it up high to the crown that then releases it out the top of your head. The crown will break down the thought process. And then when it's broken down enough, it actually releases it out the top of your head. And eventually it ends up going up to the point above your head, 12 inches above your head, which is where the incarnated soul is located, or the Buddha nature, lower Buddha nature. And you could say, as it has broken down the thought process and is released out of your head and goes up to this point 12 inches above your head, as it reaches up there, it registers as lesson learned. So if you have some pattern in your life, the way to break a karmic pattern or a pattern in your life is learn the lesson. So a lot of times we're having to bring something out of the unconscious, transmute it, shoot it up, get it up to the crown, and then release it, lesson learned. I don't want to do this dance anymore. Or if I do the dance, I want to do the moves way better than before. You know, sometimes we have certain tendencies that are just part of our personality. But here's the thing. Right now, we're talking about harvesting pieces of like your emotions. When you get good at it, the next step is to harvest part of your personality. Like, this part of my personality does really good at this. I'm bringing this up on a dime. This part of my personality does not do good with this. It's going to take a seat. This part of my personality is good at this other piece. I'm going to bring it up on a dime and call it into action, right? At first, you practice with your emotions. Then you practice with your personality. As you shed your personality, some of what your personality is things that you came in with, and some of it is just reactions to negative things that have happened. And as you start calling upon your personality, parts of your personality begin to fall away, right? You keep getting to that light under the bushel. In Buddhist and Christian traditions, they refer to this as being born again. Born again. There's a lot of mechanisms to it, don't get me wrong. It's not as simple as I made it sound, but it's a step towards the direction, right? Okay, so here we have the blend Gilead. If you don't have Gilead, let's give them some choices. Give me a second here. You don't have Gilead, let's have you try pulling out sage, St. John's wort, bluegrass, African bluegrass.
What was right after sage?
Sage, St. John's wort, or bluegrass. Frankincense kind of works here. Let's see where we're at with all of it. Now, this can work for something in particular, or this could just be a purification process that's non-specific. So if you have some issue that you're wanting to release, you go through and do it. And if you don't, it's just, think of it like this. You're setting a pattern in your energy body so that when things come to the unconscious, they get released. They get released properly instead of acting on them. So the more you set this pattern, the more that when something comes up, it's more likely to get transmuted without you even having to do the process. The more you do a pattern in your body, the more you're setting a pattern in your energy body. Okay, so no, they don't have any of the ones I said. I like maybe a fir or spruce or something like that. I mean, it's not the best choice, but it's still a choice.
Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone.
Bottom of what?
The bottom of the tailbone.
Bottom of the tailbone.
Mhm. Now go to your spleen on the left-hand side, which is below your rib, about this area. Can you see that? It's like right about here. Right, left-hand side below the rib. Okay. Long, slow, deep breath. Then go to your low back area, opposite your navel, the back side of your navel on the low back. And then your crown, the top of your head. Awareness is on your crown, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. The spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, opposite your navel on the low back. And the crown. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your basic chakra, the bottom of your tailbone. The bottom of your tailbone. The spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, opposite the navel. and then the crown. Just be still, be aware. Now, we're going to do it again a couple of times. I'm going to give you a minute to acclimate. And even though this is short, don't underestimate its potency. So some of you, like you noticed, like here in the room, there are several people coughing, and some of you at home are probably coughing. You're not having a reaction to the blend, by the way, or the oil, but part of what's happening, go ahead and cough and just get it out, right? Part of what's happening is your throat is tied to two things. So your throat is tied to lower mental activity, which means your critical mind, the part of the mind that sees everything in details, but also sees everything in pieces, right? It's your past experiences, the things you've memorized, things like this, right? Your attention to detail. So a good part of your lower mind is based on the unconscious. And so a lot of times, you know, the reason why stories happen is we're trying to process and make sense out of something. So your mind goes, well, there's these pieces, it's probably this, it's probably that, right? But really it's a very deep thing in the unconscious, right? So that's one aspect. Another aspect is to access the unconscious. Part of how you access the unconscious is tied to your breath, right? And your breath, if you can slow it down and deepen it, especially the exhalation, the ability to go deep into the unconscious becomes easier. So it becomes easier to release something from the unconscious, right? But what happens when we have something that's very deep in the unconscious, part of how your body tries to manage that and keep it buried is bronchial spasms. Good old-fashioned bronchial spasms, right? So remember when we talk about pain, and I say sharp pain produces bronchial spasms almost within a week or two. Like it's probably quicker, but we'll say on the safe side, in a week to 2 weeks, if you have sharp stabbing pain in your body, you're developing bronchial spasms, right? So you can see that sharp pain causes this constriction in the respiratory tract. I would say the same thing for things in the unconscious. If something's been in the unconscious that is causing you pain, the way that your body tries to keep you from accessing it so that you can function on a day-to-day basis, bronchial spasms. It just doesn't allow you to go deep, right? Then to take it a step further, when you're able to take long, slow, deep breaths and do it properly, you start throwing off lower vibrational energies through lymphatic function, which again, the throat is the main center for lymphatic function, right? It's tied to what throws off lower vibrational energy, so more higher vibrational energies can come in. So what are we talking about here? Raising the vibration. You're literally stimulating the mechanism that throws off lower vibrational energies and actually helps increase the vibration so you become more conductive to the soul. As light comes in or your heart becomes activated, part of what happens is you are starting to flush lower vibrational energies out of your energy body so that your body gets upgraded that can handle this kind of energy. Here you are manually going through and saying, let's manually work the body. So we're going to work the lower emotions. We're also going to work the lower mind so that we throw off these lower vibrational energies so that more soul energy can come in and that your physiology and your mind work more efficiently, more effectively, right? So this is a very simple step. You know, there's not very many pieces to it. And the blend is something that we've used for a whole bunch of things. But in this combination, it is literally drawing and flushing things out of the unconscious. It's helping to reduce root causes that cause the bronchial spasms. And then it's helping to throw off the lower vibrational energies that are just in your field. So now, again, you're literally starting to be able to change a pattern of feeling, of emotion, a sense of well-being, of how you interact with other people, because you've released a little bit of that unconscious. You've gone through and transmuted it. You've thrown off lower vibrational energy so that higher emotions can happen, higher thought processes, and you're reducing the tendency for repetitive thinking or the tension that comes from being entangled in a story, so that you can be more present or more aware of what's happening in the circumstances. So remember, this class is about the second aspect of self-esteem, which is social interaction. And social interaction is almost entirely emotional, right? It is almost entirely emotional. So the more you unwind this, it allows you to be a little bit more fluid with your emotions. Like when you're with friends that are laughing and joking, you can laugh and joke. When you're with friends that are a little bit more serious, you can talk about serious things. When you're with a friend that is having deep conversations about something, you can have deep conversation. When it's about business and you have to perform, you're in there and you're having to perform. Your emotions just aren't a one-trick pony, right? They should be very, very fluid. They're tied to the creative process. The more different emotions you can feel, the more creative you can become. So on the flip side, sometimes when people are very artistic, sometimes their emotional body is really fluctuating, right? It's because their emotional body is fluid and flexible, but it's not regulated. So as we go through this process, if the tendency is that you're creative and the emotions are up and down a lot, it should help to regulate the emotions. You know, when you come from the point of emotions, whatever you're feeling feels like it's going to happen forever. Like whatever it is. You feel good, you feel like you're going to feel good forever. If you feel bad, you feel like you're going to feel bad forever. If your keys are lost, they feel like they're lost forever, right? You can't find your phone, it's gone forever, right? And so that shows the power of emotions, but that still is an unregulated emotion, like a lower emotional body. You know, like, okay, I can't find my phone. But then the thought process kicks in. It's probably somewhere. I haven't left it in any places, or worst case scenario, I have insurance, I'll get a new phone. Problem solved. But in the emotional state, it's just like, I lost my phone. I'm never going to have a phone again, right? I used to have this friend that she would lose her keys. And she goes, I can't find my keys. And I go, are they gone forever? And she'd go, yes. And then she'd find them. She'd go, here they are. And I was like, but it felt like forever. She was like, yes, yes, it feels that way. And even though she knew that she would probably find the keys in that emotional state, she said it felt like forever. Like it just always felt like forever, right? A lot of times this is the way animals feel, by the way. Like, you know, there's this joke where, you know, a dog is talking to a guy and he's like, remember when the mailman died and went away and then he came back the next day? And I'm like, he didn't die, he just went away. He's like, nope, he died. You know, because it's all or nothing, right? It's always all or nothing. And so this helps you to have middle ground, you know, by this one step, just this one step helps you to start having a little bit more middle ground.
What
Okay.
if you're not coughing? Is it still?
No, it's still releasing something, but if you're not coughing, trust me, it'll get there at some point. I've gone months, even years where I'm not coughing, and then I do some little thing and they're like for weeks and not getting sick. It's just like when something's coming out deep, or I'm doing some deep purification, or I put on one of my tools that I haven't used for a while, things come out of the unconscious, whether you like it or not. And so, you know, one of the ways that you'll notice, like when something's coming that's kind of big, is you'll start getting real fidgety, and it's like, I just can't get comfortable. I can't, like, in your laying in your bed and you're flipping like a fish on the beach, like something's coming out, right? So if you go through and you do this process, a lot of times it calms down for a while. Might be something big's coming up, but at least you have some peace for a little period of time, and you're helping to facilitate it coming out rather than trying to shove it back down. Yeah. So, yeah. So let's do just maybe one or two more. I know it's very simple, but it's very, very powerful. This is an old Kabbalistic practice that we're doing here. Very, very old Kabbalistic practice. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Then the low back. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go of everything. Just let go. Notice your thoughts, your mind, your body. Okay, again, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side, below your ribs. The low back area opposite the navel. And then the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Notice how you feel. Notice your mind, your emotions, your thoughts. Even go back to some of the things that we were thinking about that were a little bit agitating. And on that note, Miss Christie, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, try now.
I mean, it's definitely still in process. I think right now, I still just feel really pissed off.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, if it's been a pattern from your childhood, at some point, you know, you go through like a transmutation process or a grieving process, getting a little pissed off about it is just part of the process.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, you know, you went from a place of being hurt to like, you know, now you're going to get the middle finger. You're going to get my special mudra, right? And so with that, like it's probably more about the stuff from childhood than it is about the thing last night. You know, even though you might get a little bit upset at the person last night, it's still probably more about the pattern than it is about the person. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. I just, I'm tired of being treated this way.
Yeah. And, I'm saying this and I'm speaking from experience. Like trying to convince people to not behave that way isn't going to happen. All you can do is adjust yourself. Trust me, I've tried. It never goes well, right? Doesn't matter how you approach it. But like you being aware of it and you being able to recognize it, like keeps you out of the situation a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like you kind of think of it like this. A developed soul puts themselves in the right place at the right time, but also keeps them out of the wrong place at the right time. Like, so sometimes if you recognize it, it's just like this person, it's still probably going to happen from time to time, but you're just like, this person is probably not very open. Not going to share my observations, because I really think for you, it's about your observations and your awareness. And so you just are a little bit more tactful with it, or you outlive everybody versus, everybody around you dies. Sometimes it's just the delivery. And, last night, there was nothing wrong with what you did. Like, there's no way to redo that. You pushed that person's buttons. But like, there's times where you might have to say something, right? And so you either say it more tactful or you say it with a little bit of humor. You make a little joke out of it, but a joke that's getting the point across. Or sometimes you use yourself in as example. Like, I know when I have this happen, and then XYZ, So it's just a way of interacting with people, not knowing like what the issue is, what the trigger is, what the, you never know. One time, some of you guys here, I'm in Birmingham. Remember, I went to this church down in Montgomery, and there's some times where in the lectures I was like, yeah, that one's pretty good, and there's times where I was like, I knocked that one out of the park. Like, I knocked that one out of the park. It was one of those talks where I knocked it out of the park. Like, I pointed to left field and knocked it out of left field. Like, I nailed it. And so I went up to the minister afterwards and I said, how'd you like the talk? And he was like, yeah, it's okay. And I was like kind of floored, because I mean, everybody in the room was loving it. Like, I was just on my game. I was like, and I had to kind of process that for a moment. And I was like, is it just okay? And he goes, yeah, it's okay. And you could tell he was even being a little bit polite. And I was like, was there something wrong with it? He goes, yeah, it just wasn't into it. Wasn't into it at all. So I'm kind of processing, and I go, what was the issue with it? And he goes, you were talking about Christ a lot. And I was kind of quiet for a moment. I go, this is a Christian church, right? And he goes, yeah. And I'm still trying to comprehend this in my head. And I go, you're a Christian church, but you don't like talking about Christ? He goes, I'm tired of talking about Christ. I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about Buddha. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about Christ all the time. Did not see that one coming, and he could have said something. I could have asked, but like, I just took it for granted that it was a Christian church. So I worked Christ into the whole thing. I could have done it at a different angle, but it's not going to land for everybody every time. You're not going to be perfect for everybody. So being aware for everybody in the audience, that was a good lecture. But for him, not at all. He was not even interested in me coming back. He let me come back, but it was not high on his list. But had I tailored it to him, maybe the crowd would have liked it. Maybe they didn't. I was working the group, not that individual. But even within that group, You know, it was one of the biggest classes we had in that area, you know, over that weekend. But him, there was no pleasing that guy, you know. And so that is always a potential. That is always there. You know, I didn't say something offensive when he said all that stuff. I was very polite. I was very tactful. I withdrew from the situation. There's nothing more for me to say. And when it interacted with the people who wanted to hear what I had to say. So, you know, we're never going to be able to make it so that it never happens, but we can put ourselves in the right place in the right time. And when we're in the wrong place, or we've had a negative interaction, we're able to withdraw it with little to no damage. You know, if that makes sense. Does that help a little bit, Christy?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's layered. This is going to be.
Oh yeah, super. Especially since
Yeah.
it's, you know, this will be an ongoing process that you do for a while, but at least the juices are flowing and what it is and what's happening and where to go with it, and you know what I mean. At least you have something, you know, where before it's just I keep getting hit in the foot with this hammer. I don't know what's going on. Why do I keep getting hit in the foot? Right? At some point you go, it's these hammers. I gotta get rid of these hammers. Right? And so anyway.
He hates these oil cans.
Yeah, he hates these cans. That's a movie reference from the late 70s. Anybody else have a question or a comment?
I'll let you guys unmute or raise your hand if you'd like, but we had some in the chat. Lots of agitation, restlessness in body, especially in the throat and gut.
Try getting up and just moving around, or if you want, you can drop down into the next phase that we're going to do after lunch, or you can go back to the first piece. But sometimes when something starts to stir from the unconscious, it can start to bring something out. You can just inhale the Gilead even just by itself, not doing the pattern. It also helps to release what's happening. So.
Is yawning similar to coughing in this protocol?
Yeah, good question. Yawning is a form of expelling, and yawning actually helps to reset the nervous system a little bit. And so yawning can be a little bit of a reboot for the involuntary part of the nervous system. And so there's actually even starting to be therapies where they try to engage you to yawn, right? And so it's expelling energy, and you're starting to shift out of the fight flight, and you're into rest and repair, also known as rest and digest, where you're literally digesting the information, or you're starting to let something go, you know, because the nervous system is calmed down.
As the emotions regulate, will the creativity go up?
Yeah, it's been my experience. Yeah.
The root issue, well picked, is getting rounder on the edges.
Oh, good. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be an ongoing process. You know, it's very simple. We're going through it, and we're taking a day to do it so that you have understanding. Honestly, if we just wanted to fire this off and go, let's fire this process off, we could do it in about an hour and 15 minutes with no talking. We just, boom, we got down to business and we did it. You could even do a simpler version in probably about 30 minutes. But we're doing it this way so that you have understanding of the process of what you're doing, so that when the time comes and you're at home, you can sit and fire through it in 30-45 minutes and boom, work through something. And so this would be one that I would do semi-regular, even if it's just like a step. I mean, we're basically addressing multiple facets of the lower emotions. And so it can be a bit of a game changer, you know, how you interact with people, how you interact with yourself, the ability to activate the heart, then then turns into greater activation to your higher faculties. It could manifest as being able to overcome obstacles and produce better results in the workplace or with goals. Increases your ability for materialization. It improves relationships. Even the ones that are focused more on doing angel work or deity work, or you're doing deity yoga, which is holding the deity in the heart. All of this is tied to somewhat to this process. And so, you know, whatever direction you're going, you're never going to get away from your lower emotions, you know. I remember somebody asked the Dalai Lama one time, does he ever get angry? And he goes, of course, I'm human. He goes, but he goes, I sit with it and it passes in a few minutes. And so it's not about suppressing it. It's about properly processing it and letting it go through the channels for evolution rather than shoving it down the processes for de-evolving. I don't know if there's a proper word for that. What would you call that? Devolving? Yeah. Good. I was going to make up a word, so I'm evolving better.
Go ahead, Helen.
Hey, Ellen.
Hi, I think Robert was in front of me.
It's more of the process of if it's related to this.
Okay.
We just did.
Okay, yeah, okay. I do have a question. Greg, tell me if this is getting too
Yeah, yeah.
technical.
Sure.
So we do a similar process using mugwort and putting the mugwort on the joints, similar to the process that we did the first protocol with the blue healer or the tansy.
Yeah.
How is that different or similar?
So the first process where we're doing it with like the basically blue healer or dark blue tans or whatever, you're calming down like the pathways, right? You're calming down the neurological pathways where you're used to firing down this particular way. Like, okay, when I get angry, my arm goes into a fist and I ball up my arm, or I'm used to running, or, you're sending these impulses down through the somatic part of the nervous system, and you're trying to calm that down. When you're opening up the channels with mugwort, that's what you're doing, is you're opening up the flow that goes up and down the arms and legs, which allows you're not calming anything down, but what you're doing is you're allowing the lower emotions to move up and become higher emotions. So kind of a similar idea. It's just you're not allowing the lower emotions to stay somewhere and get stuck. Here we're trying to calm down the neurological impulses, where there you're just trying to move it up so that eventually it moves into the heart and becomes integrated. And so, I mean, it's nuanced, but they are slightly different.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the raising the vibration protocol that we just did. There's another raising the vibration protocol in the psychic protection class using the blood purification. Is that similar, or can you?
You can raise the vibration of different like systems, different aspects. And so here it's specific for this. In the psychic protection class, that's actually like anytime you're starting to play with the blood purification, which we're actually going to do next, it's tied to more like instinctive responses, right? And so that is raising the vibration of something a little bit different. Same idea, but like a different process in the body.
Okay.
It's like not raising the vibration of the whole body. It's like you're targeting something very specific and going, that right there, I want to raise the vibration of that within the body, not just the whole body.
Okay, that's helpful. Could just try to figure out which one to do when.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. Early in the class, you talked about how emotions are tied to the endocrine system and the glands. and that this class is working to bring about a change there. Is it this class or is it all three in the series?
All three would do it, but this one probably more than this one, maybe the other two. Probably this one a little bit more than the other two. Yeah.
Okay. So when I heard that, my mental body started saying, oh, well, does this mean that if someone's dealing with endocrine issues, they should go through this sequence?
My mind went there too, like many years ago, and I didn't find that it changed. Like if somebody had like a thyroid issue, for example, it didn't really change that component of it. You know, think of the thyroid or the glands as having multiple tasks, and you're addressing like one of the things they do, not all of the things. So, you know, just because we're targeting the endocrine system doesn't mean that it would resolve like, you know, like a thyroid issue or a pituitary issue or something like that. You know, if it's a bit more physical, you'd have to treat it a little bit more appropriately. What it does do treat though is how the endocrine system communicates amongst the glands, right?
Okay.
And so sometimes the issue for treating endocrine issues, which is one of the tougher things to treat in a person, is there's so much communication going on between all of the glands that it's hard to break out of a pattern. And you can sometimes even tell that the person is having difficulty because it's reflected in like the emotional states and mental, like lower mental processing. And so I would say it could be tied to that, but if it was just like a hardcore endocrine issue, I would say no. But if there is like some endocrine issue that seems to have a very strong like emotional or psychological component to it, it could be a piece of what you would do to treat. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes, I was trying not to draw a conclusion.
Oh, I did it. I actually ran a study on it. Like I was like, oh, this is going to be the miracle. It wasn't. You know, I tried it many years ago. We tried it actually in a couple of different ways. I even brought in somebody that was osteopath, and we got okay results sometimes, but it was not where we could say, but like when somebody had emotional states that were hard to treat, not just with what we were doing, but with talk therapy and even medications, it helped in that. It actually helped in that quite a bit.
Okay, good, thank you.
It's like, you know, a good example of that is the sciatic nerve. Like the sciatic nerve is one of the few nerves in the body that actually has immune cells on it. And so when you start to have sciatica, you actually have the potential for an increase of allergies, right? And so, you know, me and that same physician, we started processing that as like, so what if we used antihistamines to treat sciatica? And we thought like, it goes one way, it goes the other way. Oh, this is going to be amazing. Yeah, it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing. Like, and we were so sure that it was going to do something. But what it did do is it did reduce the complications that came from like some fluid retention and some allergies and constrictions in the bronchioles from having the sciatica, but it didn't change the nerve pain and the hip issue, but it undid some of the side effects. And so it's still tied to it. It just didn't go both ways, you know? And so sometimes it's like a reflection of something or a reaction to something. Sometimes you have the root cause and sometimes you just have this like thing that gets spun off and you're just addressing that. And so like treating hardcore endocrine issues with this didn't, for the amount of effort, it wasn't enough, you know, enough of a return. But if there's like those psychological states where like say somebody is just, no matter what they do, they just can't break out of depressive states. Yeah, that could be a thing. Or better yet, they have social anxiety. They have a hard time interacting with people. They feel uncomfortable being like social and lighthearted in situations. You know, those could all be pieces. Or they're fine and then they go to a place of trauma. All that is partially endocrine. You know, you could actually help pull somebody out of those tailspins and those cycles with that. And so for that, it does work. You know, it actually works quite well.
So might be good at reducing the symptoms, but not necessarily the root cause. But by reducing the symptoms, it might allow the body to fight the root cause or resolve the root cause on its own.
Of a physical issue or a psychological issue?
Probably psychological, I would see.
Psychological, definitely. Like when it's just like, oh, this person has low thyroid, high thyroid. The amount of effort and the return on the effort, probably not worth it.
Okay.
You know, unless there's a lot of emotion, like, and it just like, okay, if the person's super stressed out or they're super emotional or they're constantly in pain or they you know, they're in constant conflict with things in their environment. And it doesn't mean that the emotions caused it, but sometimes the malfunctioning gland can cause like emotional and mental states, right? And so it can be a piece of that. But just like somebody comes in and goes, I have Hashimoto's, you know, I have a thyroid issue, it needs to be treated, probably wouldn't be my first thing I'd go to. I'd start addressing the thyroid first, and then eventually if emotional things present itself, I would treat it. But at first I'd probably just go at the endocrine system itself.
And so in the case of diabetes or cholesterol issues, those are typically more physical, so they're not going to see a major impact from this.
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say those two, probably not at all.
Okay.
The thing with the pancreas for diabetes, it does get impacted by emotional states, and especially stress. Like stress is really hard on the pancreas. The cholesterol, sometimes it's just genetics. You know, it could be other factors too, but
Right.
that you just got to keep stimulating the liver to function more appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Anybody else?
Well, earlier you were talking about fight flight, and someone was asking, can you say a bit about freeze, how it relates to?
Yeah, it's in fight, like you could say fight, flight, freeze. It's still part of the sympathetic nervous system, and yeah, it's just part of fight, flight. Fight, flight is just kind of a slang term for going into a heightened sympathetic state. So freeze could be part of it. Yeah. Dissociation is also part of it. Like you could say fight, flight, freeze, check out.
From the television show Kung Fu from a long time ago, one of the Buddhist monks.
I know it well.
Statement. He said, to suppress the truth is to give it power beyond control.
Yeah.
And when you mention the heart chakra, and if you suppress something in a lower chakra, it basically, you said it comes back and to haunt you with spasms or what is it?
Like when you suppress it, like, so he's saying there was this old show back in the 70s called Kung Fu, and they would have Buddhist wisdom in it. And so he was saying that there was this term that like when you suppress something, it gives you, what did you say? It gives you
when you suppress the truth, it gives you
unbridled control.
It gives you it will bounce back at you with if
with
you
more
try to
power.
suppress it.
Right. So basically, the more that you try to suppress something, the more you energize it, and it kind of can pop up whenever, and the emotional responses are usually stronger. So usually when you bring it up to the surface and you sit with it, it's uncomfortable, but it's way less uncomfortable than trying to suppress it. And for one, that takes a bunch of energy, and you make it grow bigger by suppressing it because it takes a lot of energy to keep it down. So it keeps growing and growing. And so the mouse turns into the dragon. You know, it's like it's something small, it turns into something big because you keep putting so much energy into making it stay down that.
Yeah.
So very good, Grasshopper. That was a great show. Yeah. So, okay. I think that's it.
First meditative experience.
Yeah, it was a great show, especially for the 70s. It was a great show. Okay, so we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll do an hour-and-a-half break, and so we'll come back at 2:40 Central Time, and we'll hit the ground running. We will regenerate the emotional body when we come back from lunch.
Oh, Catherine, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Hey,
real quick
Catherine.
Before we go?
Okay, see you in a little bit. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Okay, so we are on the middle of page 2 on C, regeneration, and this is regeneration of the emotional body. So basically, this is regenerating. Like when you look at regeneration in the physical body, it can mean a couple of different things. It can mean like an increase of blood flow, or it can mean a re-education of the nervous system to make it go to more appropriate, or like the original wiring, so to speak, right? Like what happens over a period of time is we kind of keep adjusting, and our nervous system isn't working like it's supposed to. It's reacting to all the conditioning. So the same thing happens with the emotional body. It can happen over a period of time, and we start to get into this place where our emotions, our emotional responses, how we process emotions, they're a little off kilter. And so this has to do with how lower emotions become higher emotions, and also maybe times when, like say, if anger has been the main lower emotion, it helps to kind of balance things out a little bit and allow for other lower emotions to come up, because the goal is not to suppress all the lower emotions, it's to balance them out, to regulate them, and to be able to harvest the ones that you're trying to work with. So with this, you're going to use Embrit or rose, some form of rose. Now, if you don't have either one of those are by far the two best choices here. But if you don't have those, like any sort of flower will work. Doesn't work as well, but it will still have an impact. So Embrit. Yeah, Embrit. Yeah. And for you guys here, we do have a digital version of this booklet. So like, you don't feel that you have to take all the notes. I mean, you still write whatever notes for yourself, but there is a digital booklet for you guys. We just didn't print them. Yeah, any form of rose. Yeah.
Will tuberose work? Somebody's wondering.
Any flower will work, but Embrit and rose are the two best choices. But if you don't have those, any flower will work. So tuberose would be in that mix. It's hibiscus seed. Yeah. Okay, so
Notice how you feel before we get rolling. Notice how you feel. Notice your thoughts, your feelings. And I would even say, like, think of people like friends, your family, your partner, good and bad. Like, because the goal is here to be able to have a stronger connection to the people that you are close to or like, and the ones that rub you the wrong way just don't quite have that impact, you know, or at least you have this the emotional awareness to like, yeah, I'm not going to really do that dance with that person anymore. I'm not going to hang out with them. I'm not going to interact with them, or I'm not going to have those conversations. Perfect example of that is, you know, when we're in different situations with business, I have these rules. No talk of politics, no talk of sports, no talk of religion. And it's just things that can trigger people where there's conflict when you're in an area or a situation where there's no need to cause extra conflicts. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain, on both sides of your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, with your awareness on the brain. Thank you. Thank you. Your awareness is on the lungs, your lungs. The liver. Move your awareness a little bit more to the right. You're still just below the ribs, just a little bit off center to the right. Long, slow, deep breaths. Down to your kidneys. Your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Over to the left, below your ribs.
Down to your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Notice how you feel, your thoughts, your emotions, your mind. Sometimes it's good to check in with something so you have a way to measure. So you can check in with a circle of people around you. You can check in with, situations that are a little bit difficult. Begin inhaling again, same oil, same protocol. Your awareness is on the brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. The liver, right hand side below your ribs. A little bit more to the midline, slightly off to the right, still below your ribs. Your kidneys. Your awareness is down to your kidneys. Your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And the bottom of your tailbone. Just be still. Just be still, be aware. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. Okay. Notice how you feel. We're going to go to the next phase. And so it's simple, but it needs a little bit of explanation. So here is purification, right? Purification, you're purifying lower emotions. So a lot of times when we're working with an oil, we think of the oil as having the property, like this has a cleansing effect on the emotional body. This has a cleansing effect on the mental body or the physical body, right? This helps to release emotions. That is true. There are oils that do that. But here we're looking at the process itself. So if you set aside the oils and you look at, here we're going souls, Ming Men, back, heart, and crown, right? So the souls, just because you're moving up energy from the lower center that's tied to the dirtiest part of the aura, which is the knee down, the foot being the worst, right? So like if you're stressed out, your body feels the stress, but energetically where you feel it the most, it's actually in the feet, right? Because the feet are in contact with earth, and the earth prana is dense. And so your energy is mixing with earth energy. And because of that, it makes it like attract things from the environment, but the mixing with the earth, it just makes that energy a little bit denser, a little bit more
like gross, like meaning like physical or physicalized, right? So then you move it up to the Ming Men. Now the Ming Men, you're moving it at this point through 3 centers that are for transmutation, right? You're transmuting the energy physically in the Ming Men. The Ming Men takes energy from the lower centers, it shoots it up high, right? Then you get it into the back heart, which then transmutes things emotionally, right? Then from there, it moves the energy up and then it ends up in the crown where you transmute the energy or the emotions mentally, right? So you're transmuting it physically, emotionally, mentally, right? Now, as you go through and you do this process, as you start the transmutation process, you're drawing the energy in from the feet and you're starting to move it up, and then it hits the Ming Men. Part of what's being transmuted there is your response in the adrenals, right? Just by going through and just doing this pattern without any oils, just by, if you just visualized and work your way up, the first thing it's doing is it's transmuting your response in the activation in the adrenals, right? Now, when you have lower emotions, part of how those emotions are getting stimulated is through adrenal function. So this step actually starts to regulate or calm down the lower emotional response, right? Then you move up to the back heart. So emotionally, we're going through and transmuting things, but like when you're upset at somebody or somebody's upset at you, you know, you have this response where your energy body pushes back. You might not say anything verbally. You might not say or even think anything like, well, I oughta, I gotta show this person a piece of my mind, right? You might emotionally, mentally be very calm, but your body is still wanting to protect itself, right? Now, the tip of the spear for your body trying to protect yourself from outside invaders is the immune system, right? It keeps out viruses, it keeps out bacteria, and it keeps out jerks, like it, or at least it tries, right? And so part of this mechanism is the thymus. The thymus, when it's unregulated, not only will it affect your body's response to fighting off like viruses, bacteria, things like that, but it also, if it's unregulated, will actually start to attack the body, right? So this is tied to autoimmune issues, right? So sometimes even an autoimmune issue is maybe just being in a toxic environment for a period of time. The thymus gets overactivated, it gets super, super agitated, and then it doesn't see the difference between a virus, a bacteria, a jerk, or your body, right? So by going through and doing this process, you're starting to transmute the conditioning that's happened to the thymus. So basically, a little bit less pushback from your energy body when somebody is being maybe aggressive or hostile or angry towards you, right? So there starts to be a less of a reaction or a pushback, right? Then you get up to the mind, right? So the issue here is, there's no like pretty way of saying this, right? When your intuitive mind is not engaged, it means you're coming from the part of the mind that is tied to the processing of your sensory mind or your senses, right? So this component of, like, you call it your everyday mind, you call it your rational mind, however you want to say it. Let's just say your sensory mind for right now. You know, you're constantly processing all the information coming in from the environment. When the other side of the brain, when the intuitive mind is not engaged and you're just left to sensory information, anything that the mind doesn't recognize or that it doesn't bring it comfort, that part of your brain attacks it. It's just the way the mind works. It doesn't matter who you are. The reason to cultivate an intuitive side is to actually soften this response from the mental body, right? If somebody's super, super mental, like if you get around people who are strongly academics and they're talking to each other and they could be friends, they are brutal with each other because that part of their mind is so developed that they have razor tongues, right? They have razor tongues. And so
The goal here is to be able to break down the repetitive thinking or the resistance to some sort of shift or change that's in the mental body. Like basically, if the mental body, when it's just being driven by the lower mind, if it doesn't recognize something, then it attacks it. It even will attack energy coming from the higher soul. It will even attack the light, right? Because it only identifies with what it knows or what brings it comfort, right? And so the issue is that that part of the mind only knows what it has been exposed to. So it's basically always living in the past, right? So this heavily impacts the pineal gland, And so when you go through and you start doing this, you actually are starting to break down thought patterns, because anytime you feel something, it generates a thought. Anytime you think something, it generates emotion. So if your physiology generates an emotion, then that lower emotion, even if it's unprocessed, starts to generate a thought process. So if it's hostile, angry, whatever it is, it generates a thought process that is of the similar nature, right? So if you go, okay, I'm going to harness the emotion of fairness in the situation, then the mind starts going, okay, let's start thinking in the mode of being fair. If you harvest the lower emotion of being competitive, then the mind goes, okay, let's start thinking in a little bit more competitive way. Whatever it is you harvest starts to produce a thought process. So by going through and doing this pattern, this process, you're transmuting first the lower grosser energies from the environment, you're transmuting your adrenal response, you're transmuting your response from your immune system, and then you're getting up into the pineal gland and you're starting to transmute the thought processes that resist anything that's new or different, right? So remember what I said before lunch. When lower emotions are super agitated, when we did the first step, when they're super agitated, they can't become higher emotions. If your lower emotions are super agitated, then the process of it turning from lower emotion and then starting to move up to the heart and becoming a higher emotion, it actually has a difficult time doing that because it's stuck in the lower centers, right? So here with this process, you're manually taking the energy, the emotions from the lower centers, and you're working it up. You're transmuting it physically, and then you're transmuting it emotionally, and then you're transmuting it mentally, right? So the act of going through and doing this has a therapeutic effect. You could say almost like a releasing effect. It has a purifying effect. This is literally the pattern for forgiveness. Like this pattern right here, forgiveness is initiated in the Ming Men, right? The low back area. Now, sometimes what happens is things are so agitated that they have a hard time moving up. They have a hard time going from lower emotion to higher emotion. Now, you have the wiring to be able to go through and process this. You have the wiring to be able to take a lower emotion, move it up to a higher emotion. And if there's like some hurt feelings or negative emotions, your emotional body goes, you know what? The heart does it. The heart's an amazing janitor. It just needs the opportunity. It just needs the energy to be able to move up into the heart. Then the heart takes it and runs with it, right? So here, these oils that are your choices, the benzoin and the tarragon, it's not because they're cleansing and they release the emotions. It's trying to simply calm down the lower emotional response when you get like triggered or when you get upset or if you're in a little bit of shock. It's just trying to calm things down so that the energy can move through these energy centers, right? The cleansing effect is the combination of the oil and the pattern itself, not just the oil, not just the pattern. The pattern will do something, the oil will do something, but when you mix them, just like when you blend oils together, it becomes something actually unique, right?
Here, you're doing the same thing. You're taking something, you're keeping the emotions calm enough to where they can move up and be integrated into the heart and then be transmuted by the heart, right? So the goal is to let the pattern do the work, and the oil is just helping to facilitate what is happening in the pattern, if that makes sense. So like if you get injured, one of the best things you can do is use benzoin or tarragon to minimize the shock and the reaction to getting injured, right? So if you think about what happens when you get injured, yes, you have physical pain, but you also have a lower emotional response. So these are calming to those lower emotions that then allow you to calm down your adrenals and go out of that fight flight mode, and you go, oh, okay, yeah, I'm a little bit more hurt than I thought, because at first you're running on adrenaline, right? And then if you've ever been injured, like you twist your ankle or something, you're like, I think I'm okay. And you sit and rest and you go, it's hurt a little bit worse than I thought, because you're not running on adrenaline anymore, right? Same thing happens to you emotionally. Like if you get an emotional injury, at first you're like, I'm angry, I'm upset, or maybe I'm not that hurt, not as hurt as I thought. And then everything calms down. And then you go, my feelings were hurt a little bit more than I thought. It happened, right? So this allows you to go through and process it, right? It allows you to go through and process it. So this little step, as simple as it is very, very potent. Like the perfect example is, I keep bringing up Christy just because she brought it up, but they were having a social interaction. They're just having probably like lighthearted chit chat. They're talking about somebody that they knew mutually, and just their conversation triggered that other person. How many times does that happen to you a day? How many times does something like that happen to you in a week or in a month? It might not be as blatant as what happened to Christy, but if you sit and watch people, there's always these little micro traumas or micro triggers, right? It's just part of socially interacting. It's just what happens, right? So by going through and doing this, let's just say the tendency is to be less resentful. The tendency is to be less like lower emotionally based. The tendency is to not get as triggered as easily, or not get your feelings hurt as much. You just kind of shake it off like, person's having a bad day, or you know what? Bob is just Bob, which is code for Bob's a little bit of a jerk. Whenever they say Bob is just Bob, or whatever their name is, and then they say it again, they're usually a handful, right? Maybe not every time, but they're usually a handful. So in this situation, you're setting the pattern that even if somebody does something that's offensive or hurtful, you're setting the pattern so that the lower emotional response, which is going to happen, just gently moves up, gets transmuted by the heart. And even if you're not aware of it, it still happens, right? It still happens, because every time you do this pattern, it gets a little bit more ingrained in your energy body, so that the goal is that when something happens, you don't even have to sit down and go, I need to do this process. It just hits, and your body goes through and processes it, and boom, just releases it. It just breaks it down and lets it go. So the goal is for you to have like an automated response that you set consciously, basically, right? If that makes sense. And so pull out, if you have benzoin or tarragon, pull that out. And maybe don't put this one on your guys' wrist, the tarragon. Put it on either your hand or like up on the arm, somewhere where the skin's not as sensitive, or on a tissue. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, tarragon or benzoin should be one that everybody has. I mean, even if you're not following all the processes, still in times where, say your boss comes in and yells at you,
You might not be upset, but your boss is upset. When they leave, your body's in a little bit of shock. The tarragon will calm and soothe the body. And you know what I use tarragon for a lot for myself is after meditation. Emotions and mind are calm and peaceful, but the body has a little bit of time of acclimating to what happened in the meditation. And your body's not always a willing participant. You know, the greater the soul connection, the more that it feels to the body like the dying process. So your body gets a little freaked out when you have deep meditation. So you do things to calm the body down so that, you know, you have a great deep meditation and you go, oh, that was amazing. I can't wait to do it again. And then you can't not only reach that state again in the next few weeks, but sometimes you don't even sit down and meditate for the next few weeks. It's because the body is like, yeah, we're not going to do that again, right? It's because it felt like the dying process, right? The only time the body feels something like that is when it's engaged in the dying process. Okay, so this could actually calm that down even. So begin inhaling, and your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Move your awareness to the low back area, the Mingmen, the backside of your navel. The back heart. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Let's do it again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The low back area, known as the Mingmen, opposite the navel. Your back heart. And the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Now, let's do a little experiment, shall we? Think of something from your past that get you a little bit riled up or hurt your feelings, or you feel a little resentful, whatever it is. Just think of something. Somebody being not so nice to you, somebody taking advantage of you. Doesn't matter who's right or wrong, just remember the situation. Okay. Feel it, like feel how the emotions, notice your mind, your thoughts, or the lack of thoughts, or you feel like you completely shut off, even emotions like, yeah, I don't feel anything. That could be you're indifferent, or it could be that the emotions are really shut down, right? Now, take your oil, just keep thinking of the situation and inhale it as you're thinking of the situation. So, I always make a joke about Bob, Uncle Bob at Thanksgiving being a jerk. The reason I do that is there's not a Bob in my family, because if I said the person's name, my family would know who I'm talking about. But who are we kidding? My family already knows who I'm talking about. Everybody's got a Bob in their family, by the way. If you're lucky, you only have one. So just whoever, friend, family, person at work, whatever it is. Could even be like a car accident, not even a person, it's just an incident. Keep inhaling as you think about it, and just notice, even just doing simple inhalation, how it kind of changes it a little bit. Right? You can let the situation go or the person, but now keep inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the low back area, the Ming Men, which is the back side of the navel, opposite the navel on your low back. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And your crown, the top of your head. Just let it go. Just let it go. Just let everything go. Let the imagery go. Let everything go. Just give it a moment to incubate. In these classes, we educate, but they're as much, if not more, a therapy session as they are a class unto itself. So you just sometimes got to give it a moment to incubate. Think about that same situation, that same person. Bob, you know who you are. That's for you, Robert. Not that I'm calling Robert Bob. It's just an inside joke. Okay, notice how it feels. The goal, I mean, because sometimes we're looking at something very big, sometimes it may be small. So sometimes it might feel like it floats away, and sometimes it feels like it's shifting, it's morphing. That means it's in process. Like the lights hit it, and now it's unwinding, right? Sometimes it completely goes away. It still could be in process. You just might not have it in your awareness. But the goal is for it to not just keep looking the same every time. Okay, so we're going to do one more cycle with it before we move on. So you're going to just start inhaling. You're not even following the process. You're just inhaling, thinking of that situation or that person. That was a funny joke, Robert. Okay, let the imagery go. Go to the soles of your feet. You're just simply inhaling with your awareness on the soles of your feet. Your low back area opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. The back heart. and then the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go. Bless you. And just notice how you feel. Notice how your body feels. Notice your emotions, your mind. Any sort of pain that happens, physical, emotional, mental, like right as it happens, this could be a go-to thing, not even following the pattern, just inhaling this oil. But if you do the pattern, it makes it even deeper. Like if you twist your ankle and it's a 8, like you're in a lot of pain, and you sit there and you inhale the tarragon or the benzoin, and you sit and do that for 5 or 10 minutes, it'll go from an 8 down to like a 3 or a 4 almost immediately, within just a few minutes. It's because it calms down that emotional response. The emotional response aggravates the pain response. Okay. Now, let's take it a step further. We're going to go to the next little piece. Letter E, fortification. So this simply means to like strengthen the response, or like to fortify it. Like it's not stimulating, it's just sometimes things get depleted, sometimes they just need to be like nurtured or nourished or fortified, you know. Like for example, some forms of depression are literally your body is depleted and you don't have the emotions to feel. Like your heart doesn't have the gasoline to be activated. You might feel like if you had the energy, you would feel happy and the heart would be big, but you don't have the energy for the heart to even be big. So without that energy, you feel hopeless, right? But if the energy was there, you would feel hope about whatever is going on because the heart's activated, right? So fortifying is just hoping to like nourish the lower emotional body here. And so we're dealing with the four different aspects of the will in this particular area, because really the big thing that depletes the body is pain, physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, doesn't matter what it is, real or imagined, you know. It is just like if you sit and plan a vacation, you kind of get the endorphins of like you're getting a little bit excited, like you're going to go on a vacation and you never go. There's still a little bit of a thing about that. We were just talking about that with one of our friends, where half the fun is planning the vacation. She's like, I don't even care if I go. I just like planning a vacation, right? Same thing happens the opposite way when you sit and spend time thinking about the pains, the potential pains, reliving the pain, whatever it is. You have the same effect, but in a negative way, right? So one of the things that happens is it stimulates a will response. Anytime you're in pain, your body, your emotions, your mind say, we have to do something about this because this needs to stop, right? So when it's coming from the basic chakra, this is tied to your physical body and the will to survive, right? So it's protecting your body, but it's also protecting, remember, like emotional patterns, thought patterns, ways of thinking, you know, even to a certain extent, parts of your personality, right? Then you go up to the solar plexus, the front solar plexus. This is your emotional will.
This is what you're committing to. Like you are committing to goodness, you're committing to something negative, or you say, I'm not going to commit to anything. That's still a commitment. You're just committing to not committing, right? That's still a commitment, right? So the solar plexus is like if you're in an argument, I'm right, I know I'm right, I'm not backing down. Not backing down at all. I'm standing up for what I want, right? Then you go to the mental will. The mental will starts to be a little bit more strategic. And the mental will can be, if it's negative, ruthless. Like if somebody's willful and they don't have a heart, they are ruthless, right? But if the person has a heart, they'll say, okay, there's a difficult situation. Yeah, this is what I want, but what is the right thing to do in this situation? What is it that needs to happen? I need to maintain this situation. There is a friendship here. There's a business relationship here. This is a family member. We got to get together for Thanksgiving every year. We got to make it so that it's not a toxic holiday, right? Whatever it is, how do I save this? Do I keep my mouth shut? Do I apologize even if I'm not wrong? Do I just not talk about something? Do I leave? What is it that I need to do? So the solar plexus is, I'm right. I know I'm right. I'm not backing down. The ajna, the center between the eyebrow is like, even though I'm right, what is the right thing for me to do? How do I handle this situation to produce a desired outcome, right? Then you have the crown, right? The crown. The crown is tied to your spiritual will. And so the spiritual will is tied to serving the higher soul. Like even here, you might say, okay, this is the right thing to do for the strategy in this situation. But what if the higher soul says, but you need to learn your lesson, or you might need to pay a debt. You might need to see how the other side lives. You might need to do something that's out of the box here, right? You're following the direction from the higher soul. A lot of times this isn't like an either or. It's usually doing something way out of the box and you don't know why. Like, I don't know why I need to do this, right? It's not like, I need to pay my debt so that this doesn't happen anymore. It's usually more like, I don't know why I need to do this, but I need to do this. I need to do it, right? I just need to do it, right? And so that would be the spiritual will. Now, here's the interesting thing, or at least I found it interesting. There's 2 oils listed here. If you don't have either one of those, I'm sure we can find you something, but these 2 oils are very, very interesting here. So the first one, galbanum, right? Galbanum. This is in a lot of anointing oils in the Christian and Jewish traditions. It's actually also in some of the Buddhist practices. I can't remember if it's in the Hindu tradition, but it's used a lot. It is like a cousin of frankincense, right? It's in the frankincense family along with Palo Santo, right? So the thing with galbanum is it's tied to being able to like disengage and have expansion of consciousness, expansion of awareness, but it's very good at tempering pain. It's very, very good. Be it emotional pain or mental pain, it's very, or physical pain, it's very good for helping to temper pain. Like if you're in pain and you're like a 7 or 8, most times if you put a few drops on your wrist, it'll go from a 7 or 8 down to like a 2 or a 3. It doesn't resolve the issue, but it takes the pain level down, right? Now, you can inhale it just by itself. You can put it on your wrist. You can take a few drops internally. Any way you use it, it works, right? Then there's sandalwood. Sandalwood doesn't do that with pain, right? And even when I had this in my notes, I sat and I was like, should I put this in? Should I not put this in? This could be something for later, but sandalwood, for one, sandalwood helps you to be more internally flexible, right? It helps you to be more internally flexible.
But more than that, sandalwood helps you to cultivate proper self-image. Like there's a thing in, God, I can't remember if it's Jungian psychology or shamanic tradition, but they refer to it as self schema or schema. Yeah, self schema. And it's basically just like how you view yourself, not how you feel, like your thought processes, how you see yourself, how you view yourself. And so in the Hindu tradition, they'll put sandalwood on the area between the eyebrows, or they'll put saffron, or they'll put a combination of the two, saffron and sandalwood together. And if you ask an Ayurvedic practitioner, they'll say, oh, it's for good health. Sometimes they'll say, oh, it's to ward off the evil eye. It does help to regulate the centers, and it is a little bit cleansing. So if somebody's projecting something negative to you, it helps. But part of it is it helps you adjust to the things that are happening, because a lot of times the bad thing that's happening is made worse by our response. So if you are becoming more internally flexible, and you're able to like maybe shed or step away from a piece of your personality, which is based on your past experiences, and go, I'm going to shift and I'm going to do something different here, right? You are literally beginning to break a pattern, right? So at this point, you're just by using this oil in a time of difficulty, either one of them, you're allowing for there to be a less reactive response. One is more based in the pain, and more with the sandalwood is based on your ability to shift yourself internally, right? Like in the shamanic tradition, when somebody comes up and wants a healing from a developed shamanic healer, the person will go, I have this going on and that going on, and I have this issue and I have that issue. I'd like to address this. They have like usually a list, right? It's normal. That's a normal thing. The healer will listen to what they're saying, and then you don't go, okay, now let's treat the symptoms, or let's treat the condition, or this is what I think it is. The healer will go, okay, I hear what's going on. Now, can I find that in myself? That state of like doubt or chaos or hurt or whatever it is, they find it in themselves, they shift it in themselves, and by doing that, it brings the condition forward in that person, and they're able to heal, right? They do it through ceremony, they do it through whatever their little healing practice is, but the first step is you hear what they say, you look for it in yourself. And so in the early days of doing healing, when energy healing, when somebody would come to me with a health issue, I'd go, oh, you have this? Okay. I would do a quick little healing on myself for the same condition so that I could shift it in somebody else. Like I was like, I can't really think of, some physical health issue, say they come in with, a thyroid issue or something. I don't have a thyroid, but I can do healing on my thyroid and then do healing on you, right? And so that is how you rapidly shift another person, right? Sandalwood is amazing for that. So anyway, if they don't, let's see if you have one of those two, galbanum or sandalwood. And if not, try like firs or spruces or something. You just tired. You're ready to go. Yeah, no. The last one kind of knocked me out a little bit. When? Okay, so let's go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The area between your eyebrows.
Where's the asthma?
Between the eyebrows. Yeah, yeah. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just be still. Okay. Think of that same situation that you were thinking about before when we were doing the tarragon and the benzoin. But now whatever oil you're using, the galbanum or the sandalwood, start taking some long, slow, deep breaths as you think of that situation with this oil. Move your awareness now to the bottom of the tailbone. You're letting go of all imagery. You're just focused on the bottom of your tailbone. Long, slow, deep breaths. The front solar plexus. The area between your eyebrows. And the top of your head, the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let it incubate. Think of it like this. Your lower emotions, it may or may not cause some health issues, but it definitely will aggravate health issues. Definitely. And if you're having difficulty at work and lower emotions come up and are a little bit out of whack, it will aggravate the negative situation in the environment. It might not be the cause, but it definitely will make it worse, right? Unless you are harvesting the ones that you want, right? So here, as we go through, we haven't even done all the steps. Notice how you feel, like notice your emotional body, notice the tension in your body. Actually, when you go through and do this, part of what happens when you have a very deep emotional release, the deepest place it comes from is your spine. Like as you release something very, very deeply, the last place it comes out of is the spinal cord, right? And so if you notice, like even your body starts to feel a little bit different. Even how you stand and your posture starts to be different. And tomorrow we're going to be talking about that part of the self-esteem that has to do with how you present yourself to the world, right? Not so much how the world sees you or does anything, but how you see yourself and then you take it and you present it to the world, right? Even the things that you like, even the things that you have as possessions, like all these things are all tied to what we'll be dealing with tomorrow. But here's the interesting piece, you know, because here we're unwinding emotions. And, you know, back in the 90s, you know, I talk about this all the time, where I was working with a group of psychologists, but on the side, I was also, at the same time, I was working with this osteopath. And we were doing this thing where we were like, yeah, let's just throw all the rules out the window and just explore how to treat things, but not with predetermined ideas. We're just going to be a little bit more spontaneous and just see what happens. Like, you know, we would pull in patients and we would just say, yeah, we're not guaranteeing anything other than we're going to do something, but other than that, anything goes, right? And so we were doing these things, and what we started noticing is, like, when people had like an elevated hip or shoulder, you know, we would go through and document it. If it was rotated, we'd go through and document that. And then we started seeing that there was a lot of particular patterns. Like a lot of people had, you know, a particular hip or a shoulder more elevated than others. And then we started noticing, as we were starting to do this, each one has a set of physiological issues, and they also have like emotional patterns that are very, very similar, right? And so we started documenting that. And so, you know, this went on for months. We'd have all these little aha moments and we'd go through and we'd document it, right? Then at one point, it became very clear, like abandonment had this kind of pattern, another psychological issue had this kind of pattern, another one had this kind of pattern. And so we looked at it and we went, wow, like the emotional pattern, the emotional issue is actually reflected in the body. Like it's reflected in how the body, you know, would posture itself, right? So then we started unwinding the pattern. But before we would do it, we'd have the person go to a psychologist and do a psych evaluation, right? And then we do no talk therapy. We do a bunch of manipulation, would bounce out the body, and we'd send them back for the psych eval. And they would have these drastic changes in their psych evals, right? And so we both would just stand there and stare at each other and like, this is amazing, right? And then we started doing the thing where we could, like, we'd use like books and things. We'd go, what happens if we elevate the hip and elevate this? You know, you could actually start to see if the thought process is like, we duplicate what the pattern of abandonment looked like. We'd have the person stand there for 10 minutes and we'd go, okay, before we do it, think of things that are associated with abandonment, and then we'd put them in the pattern and go, think about it now. And they would start to have almost like emotional releases, right? They'd get all worked up, they get like upset. And so my point being when you have strong emotions, it has an impact not only on your physiology, but also like on your posture and eventually tomorrow, how you present yourself to the world, right? So it's not just like, oh, I have these emotions, they're locked in me and they're not letting me like have like heart or higher faculties. It actually has a physiological response, and it actually also has like a postural response, right? And so these lower emotions, everybody sat up really straight. Right? But these emotions have much bigger impact on you than you realize, and in ways that you wouldn't see coming normally, right? So going through and unwinding these things, it's not just like, oh, I want to feel better. Yes, of course we want to feel better, but we also want to have more physical longevity. We want to have less aches and pains. We want to have less degeneration in certain areas. We want to age slower. We want to, you know, not develop arthritis over a period of time. We don't want to have headaches or migraines. We don't want to have spasms in our back. We don't, you know, whatever it is. We want to unwind these things so that when those things come up, they're much easier to deal with than having to deal with it and the emotional component combined, right? So think about how your body feels right now. We've just been doing this for a little bit, and we might have lost Samantha. She hasn't fallen asleep, but she's circling the drain, right? And so, you know, your body feels a little bit more relaxed. It feels a little bit more comfortable. You notice you're a little bit calmer. And, you know, if somebody walked up to you right now and said, what are you thinking about? I mean, I think some of you could say, I'm not thinking about anything, right? I don't really have a thought in my head. And it's not that you're sleeping, and it's not that you've checked out. You're just observing, and you're not like engaging a story, and you're not like, oh, and there's this emotion, or I'm not trying to manage this uncomfortable feeling by having some little fantasy in my head. It's just like, don't really have a thought in my head. Doesn't mean I'm asleep, just means I'm just aware and observing, right? Just aware and observing. Now, there's a downside to that. Kind of Christy's experience a little bit, where she made an observation and somebody got a little bit triggered. When you're calm and you're insightful, not always comfortable to the people around you. So not a bad thing, but just be aware of that a little bit, you know, temper it a little bit. So anyway, with that, let's take a little bit of a break. We're going to come back and we're going to do a couple more, and then we'll do questions, and then we'll call it a day. But the last one's a little bit, they're not super long, but there's some steps. Okay, so we'll come back at 30 after the hour. So Central Time would be 4:30. I'll see you in 15 minutes, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come back and have a seat, and so we're going now to allostasis. And allostasis just simply means your ability to change. Your ability to change, right? So here it's stimulating the processes in the body to allow there to be different emotional responses, right? Or the emotional response mechanism. So here we're using forest mint, which forest mint is basically like a stimulant of sorts to like jumpstart all the processes of the body. Regular peppermint or corn mint will kind of do it, but forest mint doesn't have the menthol in it that the other ones do, so it doesn't have that cooling, tingling effect. It has more of just like an herbal scent to it. So if you don't have forest mint, I know a lot of people have gotten forest mint, but if you don't have that, some sort of mint, like peppermint, corn mint, spearmint, what's some of the other mints I can't think of? Scotch mint.
Winter green?
Wintergreen would kind of work. But let's see where everybody's at right now with just this. How small?
Angry toddler.
Use chamomile. Use chamomile. Chamomile. Use chamomile. Yeah. Hmm? Oh yeah, yeah,
Is horse milk the same as pennyroyal? It sounds similar.
It's not. No, it's not the same as pennyroyal. Pennyroyal would work though. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the front heart. Front heart. Yeah. Move your awareness to the throat. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still. Be still, be aware, just let go. Begin again, inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the front heart. The throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Bless you. And then the crown. Just be still. Let's do that one more time. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The front heart, the center of your chest. Your throat. And your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Notice how you feel. Notice your body, your mind, your thoughts. Or I should say, what thoughts? Yeah. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper. You're going to begin inhaling. You're using the same oil, but now your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Your cervical spine, which is the bones in your neck. Your upper spine, the area between your shoulder blades. Your mid spine. Your low spine, your low back. The soles of your feet. And just be still, be aware, just let go. Let's try that one again. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. The cervical spine, which is the bones in your neck. Your upper spine, the area between your shoulder blades. The mid spine, the middle of your back. Your low spine, your lower back. Your low spine. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Oh, I'm sorry. Put your awareness on the soles of your feet. Apparently I'm spacing out too. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Let go, just be still. So, you know, I just got through saying like the mint, you know, here, this is a forest mint. It's actually quite a rare mint. We thought we'd get fancy with it. But, you know, peppermint, any of the mints will work, but forest mint is by far the strongest. And it stimulates the processes of the body, but not like when I use the word stimulates, it almost sounds like I'm saying like it's like drinking a bunch of caffeine for all the systems in your body. Stimulation doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I'm going to be wider awake. It just means proper function. Like it makes things function more appropriately, right? And so when you're dealing with shifts or change or response to pain or response to the environment, it's the sex chakra, front heart, throat, crown, that is the thing that needs to be transmuted. You know, when you start moving it from the sex to the heart, to the throat, to the crown, you're literally moving the energy from your lower centers to your upper centers. So you're not having quite the stress response. You're allowing or helping to facilitate a shift or change in this process. Then when we go to the spine, remember what I said at the beginning of the day, when we boil it down, what's the deepest level of interaction or communication with the environment? It's energy coming into the spine and energy going out. Now, you could look at this a lot of different ways, and you could go, well, there's like emotions here, there's stress. You could go through and clear out these different kinds of energies. Yes, you can do that. But the thing that works the best is you flush it out through proper movement, right? Through proper movement. Like if you had a bunch of stale water in a little puddle in your yard or something, you could sit and try to skim it or push it away, or you could just take some other water and just like flush it out. So you flush it into the grass or something like that and let the grass just absorb it, right? So you're helping to establish like proper function, like with proper movement, if that makes sense. And so, you know, they talk about using mint in ceremony, and like if you're versed in like ceremonial plants and things like that, like you'd go like, why mint? Like that's like kind of a little bit of an odd one. And even with Astara, we have the book that we put out to publish, but we have some writings that are from both Erlene and Robert that are like partial writings. You know, they're not together in a book, but they've been laying in a drawer for 30, 40, 50 years. And we look at like, should we piece this together and make like a little small booklet or something like that? And there's this one thing where they're talking about alchemy, and they're talking about how to utilize the essence of plants, not quite like essential oils. They're talking about like kind of absorbing the essence by holding the plant. And they have a picture of Erlene, and they have this little writing where it talks about holding a little sprig of mint and doing a little bit of a ceremony for that. And so even when they were pulling this up and, bringing it to my attention and saying, why would they use mint, right? And so if you understand what mint does and what it does to the spine and the spinal cord, is it improves function, right? It improves how your spinal cord works, both in the way that it projects energy and information out to the environment and allowing information to come in. And sometimes when we have a lot of like built up emotion or impacted emotion, repressed emotion, or we've been traumatized a whole bunch, like that interaction back and forth with the environment starts to shut down a little bit, because it's like, I had a little too much, I need a break. Or, part of repressing the emotion is not sending energy out and not allowing something in, right? So this allows for there to be proper interaction with the environment. Now, keep in mind that most communication between people, only about 10 to 15% of it is verbal. A lot of it is body posture, movement, eye contact, maybe things you say, but also things you don't say, you know, there's all kinds of pieces of information, right? And then there's always it's not so much what you said, it's how you said it, right? It's the energy coming through the words that are being said. So you could also say it's the energy coming through your body posture. It's the energy coming through the way you're holding your head, the way you're moving your eyes, the way you're making eye contact or avoiding eye contact, you know, whatever it is. So, you know, we keep boiling this down to social interaction, but there's an energy that comes through all of it, right? So if I'm just sitting here and I do this, but if I puff out my chest, you know, I could be doing more body posture, but if you notice that like my face is like starting to be a little bit different, it could be that like I'm feeling threatened or I'm posturing for, you know, whatever, right? So there's an emanation of energy that's coming from that, right? First is like somebody who's kind of like this, you can almost feel the energy of like they feel a little beaten down a little bit, right? So there would be the lack of energy or just the energy attracted of feeling a little beat down, right? So this is hoping for there to be proper movement. And by proper movement, that flushes things out of the spinal cord. If there are some blockages with some emotion, some stress, whatever it is, it helps to flush this out. It helps to establish the energetic line of communication with the environment and with other people, right? So now we're going to go to the last piece for today is letter G at the bottom of page 4. And this is stimulation. So this is not stimulation like let's stimulate a bunch of lower emotions like anger, frustration. It's not that. Stimulation is stimulation of proper function. Like whatever it is, you're jump starting the pieces that aren't functioning properly, and you're making all of the pieces function to their maximum potential, right? Anger isn't necessarily proper unless it's you trying to defend yourself or be motivated to take some sort of action, right? So it's just it's helping to stimulate the function of the processes associated with generating lower emotions. Okay, so with that, you're going to pull out either Palo Santo or aloes. If you don't have Palo Santo or aloes, see if frankincense will work. Yeah, yeah. But Palo Santo or aloes are your by far top choices. Okay, and we're going to do the pattern for the head, for the cranium. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Which aloes? C. Now you're going down to your throat minor, the bottom part of your throat. your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. The temples. Back head. And the forehead. And then just be still. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the throat. The throat minor, which is the bottom of the throat. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Temples. The back head. And the forehead. And just be still, be aware. Now, notice how you feel. Notice your thoughts, your emotions, your mind, your body. Now, to revisit something I said earlier, when you feel something, when you have an emotion, it produces a thought. When you think something, it produces an emotion. So a lot of times your thoughts and emotions are intermixed, they're intertwined, right? They don't necessarily produce a thought form, but thought, energy, and emotions eventually will produce a thought form, right? Which means attracting energy into the environment to physicalize it, right? So there's that component. Then there's the component of what we said earlier, that a lot of your thought processes are your endocrine system functioning through the brain. And basically how these two systems communicate, they communicate via the hypothalamus, right? The hypothalamus facilitates communication between the nervous system and the endocrine system. And so a lot of your thought processes are just simply endocrine functioning through the brain, right? So here we're using oils that are very deeply cleansing, like they're both used for ceremonial healing, actually. And we're doing the pattern that is known as the cranial pattern, right? So basically you're helping to reboot the effects of the lower emotions, the effects that it has on the brain and the mind. And you could say in a way, it's a form of detachment from whatever the emotional things that bubble up and that eventually produce a thought process and everything. After a little period of time, we get a little attached to it, right? This is a way to wipe the slate clean so that you can literally reboot on all levels. So if you look at it, we went through, we calmed down the agitation, we did purification, we did fortification, we did regeneration. We're going through and doing all these processes. We go through and establish that the lower emotions, the mechanisms, establishing the potential and the ability to shift and change. We stimulate the processes that are happening out of the spinal cord. And then here at the very end, it's like, and we're ready to like reboot it all so that whatever is triggering the lower emotions, it puts you in a place to where you can go, I'm going to step away from this and I'm going to choose a different emotional response in this situation, right? When we keep doing the same thing over and over again, the tendency is to be aggressive towards whatever the environment is, like, you need to change. But the quickest way to overcome an obstacle is go, okay, what's going on? How do I shift or change to address this issue that is happening in the environment? Could be that I step away, could be that I take a different approach, could be that I ask more questions, could be that I, just go down the line, but it takes the rigidity out of you and allows you to become more mental and more cognitive. So you go, okay, how do I problem solve this? Like, how do I take the next step? And sometimes you might not even know, but you're even opening the space that there is some sort of guidance that is going to come in. So by going through and doing the cranial pattern and letting this go, it is literally the part that helps to detach, and it's the part that helps allow for soul energy or the light of the soul to mix with the light of the mental body. Each parts of your body has a kind of light to it, you could say. And the light of the mind and the light of the soul are really similar, right? So if you can just get the conditions right, the energy of the soul and the mind mix actually very easy, which then is the descending of the mind with big M. And once the mind with the big M comes in, your mind goes quiet, right? You notice like your mind, it's like, I'm cognitive, I'm aware, don't have a bunch of chatter in my head, right? That is, the mind is descending into the brain. That is literally what is happening, right? So that is self-esteem part 2. Interacting, social interaction, and like in a way you could say understanding your emotions, but harnessing your emotions and helping to regulate the lower emotions. So let's open it up to Q&A if you want, or we can let you drift off, but let's do a little Q&A. Unmute yourself or type in.
You go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
Hey, pretty good.
This was a great class, and it's interesting that Christy had something, and it sounded like somebody else did last night. Because I had somebody called, and I had something given to me to deal with, and this was the perfect class for it.
good.
And so I appreciate all of this. My frequent question is, how do you use this in sections? Can you use the allostasis?
Yeah.
All
All of them stand on their own. All of them stand on their own. I mean, it's a little bit more efficient if you do them in the order, but it's not like it has to be done in this order. You could take each piece and it literally can stand on its own.
Perfect.
And just keep in mind that it stands on its own, but for lower emotions. Like, you know, raising the vibration isn't raising the vibration for everything. It's just for this emotional component. Stimulation here is just stimulation for a proper function of the lower emotional mechanisms, not stimulation for the whole body, right? It's
Okay.
very specific to what we're addressing.
Okay. Next question is just a housekeeping because I can't find my myrrh and I don't think I have calamus for tomorrow, and I just want to have them organized.
Let's see what we can get here.
Myrrh was opopanox.
Oh, you have opopanox by chance?
I do not.
Okay, hold on just a sec. Let's.
I know I have it, so I'm going to keep looking, but
Yeah. It's not a great choice, but it would still work. Is a mandarin. You have like some form of mandarin?
yes, probably.
Okay, and then calamus. Any of the peppers. You know, it's not a choice, but it would still work. Like black pepper, white pepper, pink pepper, pepper supreme. Even that blend viscosity.
What is black cumin?
No, that would be something different.
Okay, black peppers. Okay, I will look for it. Peppers.
Yeah. Samantha says she thinks you have pepper.
Okay. Samantha probably knows more than I do, I'm sure. Thank you so much, guys.
You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, have it.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi, it's good to see you.
Hey, yeah, good one.
Yes, it has. I've been doing energy work for, I've been working on myself for 35 years. And for the last 25 years, my body has been shaking when I release. So I might like the spine, you know, I do actual clearing of processes. But at the moment, I have hives. And I never had hives before or been allergic to anything that I'm aware of. And I'm fairly certain that it is emotion. I'm clearing something emotional. I've heard that the emotions is probably the last thing you work with as far as energy. I mean, if you clear everything else and then you come back to the emotions to clean up what's left. I don't know, but I just wanted to know what you had to say about it.
About hives?
Because I've got it in certain places on my arm. This has been for 3.5 months. It's on, it moves. It's on,
That's a long time for hives.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's why I'm asking, because it's from my elbow down here on both arms, and it's here on my neck and here in the front, right here. And it's on my mid and lower back.
Okay.
It's the only place.
Usually what clears up hives is the use of quercetin. Quercetin, like it's a type of crude form of vitamin C. Regular vitamin C won't do it. You have to use the crude form. So quercetin, and she's going to spell it out for you. But that usually like 2 to 3 capsules a day, or 2 or 3 capsules at a time, 2 to 3 times a day, within a few days to a week would usually wipe that out. If you want to try to do it with energy work, you're basically trying to treat the allergic response. So it's it can be a depletion in the body, or it could just be that part of the allergic reaction is a little bit overstimulated.
I have been doing physical therapy with my sciatica.
Oh, there you go. Sciatic nerve is super heightens the allergic response. In fact, we were just talking about that a little while ago. And so it's, yeah, like I would do the quercetin. Like I wouldn't even mess around with trying to do it with therapy, like get some quercetin in you. Yeah, just go, you should be able to walk into any health food store and pick it up. Like it's not something you have to order or something. You should be able to walk it in and get it, or you can go on Amazon and get it and have it in a couple of days.
And you say 2 or 3 capsules a day.
2 or 3, a couple of times a day. Like I mean, honestly, for the state that you're in, I'd probably do 2 capsules, maybe 3 times a day, or 3 twice a day.
Okay, I was just curious about why. I mean, it is a long time.
It's because you have sciatica.
Oh.
Yeah, sciatica. We were just talking about it a couple hours ago.
I know. I caught that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the sciatic nerve is one of the few nerves in the body that has immune cells, and what happens when that nerve gets inflamed, it actually will cause your allergic response to get agitated and heightened. And so it's gotten heightened to the point where it's actually causing you hives.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But so it's not, do you think it will go? I kept thinking it was going to go away on its own. But
if your sciatic nerve is super agitated, it's probably going to keep your immune system agitated. So you need to treat it. Yeah.
The therapist works on it, and I go in not feeling anything, but when he works on it, it's very sore. Is he agitating it, you think?
The nature of physical therapy. Like, you know, physical therapy is one of the few things, like if you're going to get a massage or something, that's one thing. Physical therapists are trying to correct some structural misalignments and functional issues. I don't think anybody ever comes out of physical therapy going, oh, I feel so much better. You come out and you're like, I need an aspirin and a nap. Like I just, so I would say that's par for the course. Like I think that's probably fine.
What's fine?
Going to physical therapy.
Oh, you think it is?
Yeah.
I thought you were.
You have to correct the issue that's causing the sciatica. The sciatic nerve passes through a hole in your pelvis, and then there's a muscle that passes over it, and so
piriformis.
Yes, exactly. And so when it gets tight, that muscle pushes up against the bone, and that condition can stay there for a long period of time. So I know it's probably a little bit uncomfortable, but there has to be some shifts and changes in the pelvis to open that up so that it stops happening. And so it's uncomfortable, but I would probably stick with some form of therapy for that.
I fell the other day on the concrete. I tripped on the a step, and I fell flat, and I felt hard, and I could see everything. I saw the step, and but when I went back to the therapist, he said that loosened things up. That jolt of falling hard on the concrete. I mean, it just took me a few minutes to get over it. I had a skinned knee. I fell on my knee and my hands. So have you ever heard, I mean, do you know about falls causing a shift in? I guess it does. It's just like a chiropractor, maybe a shift in.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not saying it's not the case, but I would have to see it. Like, I mean, it's possible, but
Yeah, well, he said that it was a lot looser, the sciatica and all that he worked on.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, good. Good. Yeah.
thank you.
And then go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Hey, Greg, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty blissed out actually. But I did have a question about, I think it was the fortification. Is that I think that's what it was called, where you do the galbanon and the sandalwood. Do you think that protocol would be helpful for rheumatoid arthritis? Because I know you were talking about the autoimmune stuff and you know.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't be my go-to thing for rheumatoid. Usually with rheumatoid, like, are we talking about rheumatoid in the hands or in the spine?
It's mostly feet and and it's in the hands.
Okay, so you know that blend joint relief?
Yeah.
That or like a combination of like rosemary, pine, and like maybe cedar or juniper or something like that. That blend has a lot more in it than that, but just at least that version of it. Let's say it like that: rosemary, cedar, and then either pine or juniper, right? And if you're going to do pine, go Sylvester pine, right?
Yeah, and I have all of those.
Okay.
So just one at a time or just all together?
No, mix them together and
Mix
then
them together.
rub it,
Okay.
yeah, and then rub them all on your hands and or whoever, rub it on the hands and the feet. But then also, because rheumatoid is also autoimmune, take Moroccan thyme internally. And the Moroccan thyme is it's anti-inflammatory and it helps to regulate the thymus so that the body doesn't attack the tissues of the body, or the immune system doesn't attack the tissues of the body. And
Do
so
you use any form of thyme?
no, it needs to be Moroccan thyme.
Moroccan? Okay.
Yeah. Actually, other types of thyme potentially could actually even aggravate the condition. Moroccan thyme is the only one that helps to regulate that the thymus. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank
So
you.
sometimes, like in a pinch, if you don't have that, like sometimes I use like chamomiles, like not German, but like Roman or Cape. But
Yes.
German has too strong of a immune response. And so, you know, you want it to be a little bit more like re-educated. And so the only one that I found that works really good for that is the Moroccan thyme. Yeah.
Okay.
And so that combination, I mean, I've had people where their hands have been so bad and they can't, like, you know, their hands are like this and they can't move their hand, and I'll give them some of that joint relief and an ointment and they'll go, I don't know, I've tried everything. And then they'll start moving their hands and they're like, there's no pain and I can move my hands. And it's like, it's within like a couple of minutes. I mean, it really can be helpful. Then if you need to troubleshoot, sometimes they'll have pain in the joint right here, like in the thumb joint, like,
yes,
you know, right here. And so if that's the case, you want to use like the Arthrocare blend, or you want to use like lovage and Eucalyptus citrodora. Eucalyptus citrodora is good for deposits and it's very anti-inflammatory, very, very anti-inflammatory.
Okay. Is that the lemon kind of eucalyptus?
Yeah, it's like a lemony type.
Yeah.
It doesn't smell like eucalyptus. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I put that on my back all the time, by the way.
Yeah.
Citrodora. Yeah. I do a combination of that and helichrysum, and I mean, my back will be kinked up. I throw it on and it's like it never happened.
Yeah, that's great.
You know,
And
I
then-
have bunch of torn muscles. And so it's like when especially like when the tendons are involved, the Citrodora helichrysum combination works incredibly well for that. The other things, so, but when there's like inflamed tendon, irritated tendon, a little bit of a torn tendon, anything like that, that combination works really well for that.
Would you do a similar thing for carpal tunnel, like with the wrist?
You could actually use that blend for carpal tunnel. Also a little bit of fluid reduction, which that kind of would work, but I'd go back to like the lovage, the parsley, but there I would probably do it internally. But you want to, because like true carpal tunnel is like, if you go like this, it would start zapping you, you would have a lot of pain, right? So yes. A lot of times with wrist dysfunction, they'll call anything with wrist dysfunction carpal tunnel, right? Okay. And so the true carpal tunnel is there's 8 tendons passing through this little bony like tunnel with the median nerve, right? And so when those tendons get inflamed, they put pressure on the nerve, and then that's what caused the electrical feelings when you do this. But if you do this and you don't have the issue, you might have a wrist issue, but a lot of times it's this, like you see how it's this muscle. Like if the wrist feels all funky, it's a lot of times this outer
wrist. Okay.
Like follow your pinky and just keep going down. It's actually this. And if you get in there, you can feel like there's kind of a big muscle that it's like relatively tight, and you get about 2/3 or halfway up and you start to feel tender spots. If you just kind of keep working that, it will totally free up how the wrist moves. And so if you don't have pain like this, most times, I mean, it can be other tendons too, but this is a big one that is not on a lot of people's radar, and it feels like the wrist will get stiff or it needs to pop or something's out of place. It is simply that muscle is throwing off how the joint tracks.
Okay.
Yeah. And if something like that doesn't work, let us know. But like usually wrist stuff you can unwind.
Okay. Awesome.
I mean, it's part of it is because it's not weight bearing. Weight bearing joints and things are a bit harder to treat because they have more stress on them.
Yeah, and it seems to be activated after a lot of computer use or
that goes
coloring.
Yeah, that would go. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you.
So you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Troy.
Hey, Troy.
Hey, Greg.
How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling a lot better. Thank you for your help.
Yay. Good.
The question I had is, most of my symptoms have eased up since then, and I'm feeling probably about 70% better. But I've had this weird tingling in my feet all week while I've been sick with it, and it's kind of still going on. I've never experienced that before.
How's your breath? It feels shallow.
It's shallow still.
It's your breath. What happens when your breath is shallow, and it doesn't even have to be rapid, it could just be shallow, but what starts to happen is it starts to it will congest the solar plexus, especially the back, and then it starts to cause a bunch of body tension. And so what happens is you start to have like these fascial restrictions, and it starts compressing the nerves. And so, at first it'll be in the low back, and then it starts to go down the hips and down the legs, and you don't feel it until it gets all the way down towards the end of the nerve endings. So it's been a very common thing with people who have gotten, the respiratory issues associated with COVID and things like that, to have like numbness and tingling in their legs or in their feet. And then as the respiratory system like regulates, it all goes away, right? So it's not that it's causing dysfunction in the joint. It's just literally, if it was the spine, you would call it an entrapment, but here it's, an impingement. But here it's an entrapment, which just means the tissue is compressing the neural pathways, and it keeps compressing it all the way down. And then by the time it gets to your feet, it's like you've literally been sitting on your foot. Like it's that kind of, like it's compressed. And so the nerve is actually going to sleep a little bit. So that's the tingling. So do something to clean the back solar plexus a little bit with body tension. And if you want to do body tension, give me just a second. I can tell you a couple of things to use there. Body tension can be Palo Santo, lavender, Sitka, patchouli, spikenard, vetiver, valerian. Inhale it with your awareness on the back. I kind of like to do, even coffee would work. I kind of like to do like Palo Santo or chakra root cleanser and just blow stuff out, and it will kind of loosen it up. But then you still have to deepen the breath, right? Deepen the breath, relax the diaphragm a little bit. So that's when you go back to your hiss up after you've cleaned the back solar plexus. And you can do it with energy work too, right? Go to hiss up, go to larch, go to anula, something that's going to deepen your breath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Anybody here?
Yeah, she was pretty.
Go ahead.
I can't remember what she was. I have a weird thing. It's only happened twice and they were in class both times. Once was at home and my eyes were open and I saw this shadow come like this, okay, over my eye. And then today, when I closed my eyes, I saw it. It was almost like a bird swoops down. I'm like, you know how you can see because there's light out here, so you can kind of see through your eyelids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's my eyes.
Mm.
Make me worried.
No need to be worried. Next.
Dang it.
So say I feel like, so mentally I feel really like calm, but today other classes I feel way more blissful. Today it's almost like I feel like I have a workout.
Yeah.
In my body.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going through it and you're re-educating something. And so he's saying like he feels like like some classes, it's a little bit more blissful. This one feels a little bit more like a workout. You kind of worked like the different aspects of the lower emotions. You didn't just like, oh, we're going to calm it. Like a lot of times we're drawing upon this process that we did and different aspects of different systems. I have something like this written out where we go through and we're going to like re-educate or treat just that one system like in depth. A lot of times we're drawing on a piece of it. We're not going through like blow by blow by blow by blow by blow. Here we put it under the microscope and we're going to treat that. We're going to treat that. And we didn't deviate and do other aspects. I mean, we went deep on lower emotions. And so it makes sense, you're shifting things around. That's why even that next to last step, that's allostasis, it's when you're doing deep work, sometimes the hardest thing is like you get all these steps in motion, but then your body goes, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to do that. And so when you stimulate that process of allostasis, all of a sudden it goes into a phase of where it has to change.
Allostasis is fine.
Yeah, well, allostasis is just a state of change, where homeostasis is you're maintaining a balance. Allostasis is where your body goes, okay, we'll do something new. The window is small, but it's like, we'll do something new. So then you have that shift and now the body is like, now I got to shift around all this paperwork. We got new processes we got to do. Now we have to rework everybody's schedule. Like you shifted something and it's kind of sticking a little bit more than normal, right? Where before you kind of go and then you go back and then you go and you go back. It's like tipping over a Coke machine. And then eventually, it tips. Here you just went, you just tipped it. You just walked over. So that's the secret to life. So sorry, the Wi-Fi went down for a minute. So hopefully everybody's back on and
Yeah, nobody here left. It was just us who.
just us. Okay. Apparently we got kicked out of the Wi-Fi. So anyway, we didn't talk about anything. We waited to get back up. So go ahead. Other
They're
questions?
wanting you to repeat what you were saying, that last part of like the lower emotion stuff. Where I remember you leaving off was just how everybody has the lower emotions they have to process through. But you were going through how we did the abandonment class. Now we're doing the self-esteem.
Right. So in the free series, we did the abandonment, then we did the 3 parts to the self-esteem, which we're still in process. Then next is going to be self-image, and there's going to be a continuing series on like self-related topics that are going to be part of this free series. So it's because it's such a big thing, you know, like next weekend, we're doing the 4 direction class where we go through and transform and move up the entire like emotional body, lower and higher emotions. But this was just focused on very specific pieces of self-esteem, you know, part 1 that we did last time, this, and then tomorrow. And then after that, we're going to hit the self-image later in the year. Yeah.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Miss Deborah.
Can you not unmute yourself yet? Let me see. You should be able to.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand, but thank you.
I thought I saw. Okay. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
I just have a question about the part 1. Is that available on a recording? Can we catch that?
Yeah. Just email.
Yeah, I'll type in where email us at plantpronicalendar@gmail.com. I'll get to that, but I'll type it out there. So, and that goes for anyone. Yeah.
So will we get an email on that? Is that what she said?
I'm saying email me at
email her. We've already
plantpronicalendar@gmail.com and let me know you want the link.
Yeah, because we've already sent it out to everybody. So if you want it, email her so she can send it out to you.
And she is, where did I get that email?
Okay, I put it in the chat.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Plant Chronicle Calendar. And you're Samantha.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. All right. And that is this class. I just want to let everyone know we will send out a separate link to you guys for tomorrow. So keep an eye on your inbox. We'll get that out to you in the next couple hours.